Hamilton's history, and the longer we delay its preservation, the less there is to preserve. PC9 makes an important start. So just dealing briefly with the current treatment of historic heritage under the ODP, there is a moderate level of protection and recognition under the district plan. There are 3 special heritage zones identified in Chapter 5, being the Frankton Railway Village, which is one of the last and largest remaining railway settlements in the country and is considered nationally significant. It represents an historical reminder of one of the busiest railway junctions in New Zealand. There's also Hayes Paddock, which is a surviving example of a former state housing area designed and built by the first Labour government from the late 1930s, following the design principles of the garden suburb movement, and the layout of the neighbourhood and design of individual houses reflects the economic circumstances and social ideals of the time in terms of the provision of high quality worker housing. And then finally there's the Hamilton East Villas, which is an area with a high concentration of villa style houses built between 1891 and 1916, with historical significance as it reflects the popularity of the villa throughout Hamilton East in the late Victorian and Edwardian periods. Those special heritage zones are supported by an objective to recognise, protect and where possible enhance the heritage values of the identified special heritage zone, and policies which restrict the nature of development within the zone, which I've set out broadly at paragraph 19. There is in Rule 5.3 an activity status table which controls activities and structures within the zone with a limited range of permitted activities and mostly restricted discretionary and discretionary or non-complying activities. Rule 5.6 sets out matters of discretion, and Volume 2, Appendix 1.3 articulates the criteria for the application of an assessment of that discretion. These current tools in the Operative District Plan for the protection of historic heritage go some way towards delivering on the Section 6 requirements, but only apply to a small number of areas with historic heritage value, leaving many areas unprotected. In terms of the planning controls, these are not particularly tailored to the specific heritage values of the areas, meaning development within the areas may not be sufficiently responsive to the heritage values of the zone. Another notable anomaly in the planning framework is that these special heritage zones are included as part of a group of zones identified in the plan at Chapter 5 as special character zones, and the other zones in this chapter, like the special natural zone and temple view zone, are not identified as historical heritage areas. So separating out and distinguishing the heritage areas from the character areas is one important aspect of PC9, which takes these existing special heritage zones, the 3 I've described, and evaluates them for status and inclusion as HHAs rather than zones. All of the Chapter 5 special character zones are intended to be disestablished and replaced with a medium density residential zoning under Plan Change 12, Hamilton City Council's intensification planning instrument. With the special character zones being disestablished under PC12, this will, in combination with PC9, produce a revised management regime for historic heritage and character. The current special heritage zones will be rezoned as a medium density residential zone with character and amenity provided for via rules within the zone, while parts of those residential areas will have an HHA overlay imposed over them under PC9, protecting historic heritage values. Just dealing briefly with the relationship between PC9 and PC12.
Oh, sorry, just before you move on, I just had a question. Once this plan change, if this plan change gets approved, there's no character overlay or character clusters that will be sort of left within the plan. So character will only be provided for via assessment criteria in the plan, and it's the historic heritage areas that will protect the historic areas, but there's no specific protection other than assessment criteria for character, is that correct?
That's right. Yep. And so some of those areas that might have previously had character recognised through one of these other zones will have either passed the draft in terms of being an HHA, or they won't have, in which case they'll just be simply dealt with as an amenity question, which is dealt with under the zone rules.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting question. So if we determine that one or more of these proposed HHAs don't quite cut the mustard, but we've distinguished them as a Section 7 character issue, that's the end of the story for them, basically. We don't have any ability under PC9 to actually make any difference in terms of that, do we?
That's right.
Yep. Yep.
No, just to close that out, there's no scope within PC9 to
Get a character overlay, for example,
no.
with lesser rules and so on, so it's all
They
or
either-
nothing.
That's right. They pass the draft or they don't, in which case they'll be dealt with separately through a separate plan change and separate rules that are to be established within those zones through PC12.
Right. So they will have effectively they will have no protection.
No, and that's one of the, again, digressing slightly, and we're into PC12, but that's one of the issues that some submitters raise in relation to PC12 is that they're left in this position where if they don't get recognition under PC9, they may find themselves without any tools to protect character through what's happening in PC12. So that's one of the submission and live issues with PC12.
Yeah. I mean, we're struggling hard to put the blinkers on.
Yes.
But we are putting the blinkers on as much as we can. Yeah.
Just to continue that a bit, whether they pass the draft of it comes down to the criteria and that factual assessment in terms of what's described in the manor law decision. I mean, if that factual assessment says that there's vast areas of the city that tick the box, then that's the way it is. So there's no discretion there. Well, the discretion comes in terms of how the scoring goes, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
So I guess if you came up with a result that said that there were vast areas that were HHAs, there may be more of a community sort of pushback against that. I mean, if the whole town, for example, became an HHA, then that would probably have some political ramifications to. So it comes back to how you set the criteria, doesn't it?
It would. It would also, yes, it would have significant implications for PC12 also, because you'd be dealing with the qualifying matter right across the city.
Yeah.
So, and that's certainly not what's being proposed here, as you understand. I think now is it 29 HHAs being proposed.
Yes. Well, I mean, there is one map that shows the development periods with the red outlines of the HHAs. I mean, just visually you can see the sort of quantum of the city that is or is not HHA. Okay.
So just staying with this for a moment and just dealing with the relationship and the procedural connections between 9 and 12. The provisions in relation to HHAs as a heritage matter have immediate legal effect under Section 86B 3D of the RMA. The exact implications of immediate legal effect tend to vary depending upon the way you're applying the rules and the context. But for the purposes of their application in the PC12 context, this means that the HHAs are to be treated as an existing qualifying matter under Section 77IA and 77K. And as a qualifying matter, these proposed HHAs are relevant to the extent of the proposed restrictions or increased residential densities under the new MDRS and Policy 3 provisions.
Does that, so if they take effect from notification, at the time it was notified there were more HHAs, so what's the status of those ones that have been dropped now?
Well, they're not being pursued by the city. Unless there is a live submission that is wanting to retain them and wants to fight for them, they drop away. I haven't yet done that exercise to see if there are submissions in the context of PC9 which would say, well, despite the city abandoning them, we think there's merit in them and we want to continue to pursue them. It'll probably play out over the next few days. But I hadn't identified one that was in that category.
Thank you.
So the point at 26 is that depending upon the outcome of PC9, some of the notified HHAs may or may not be retained, and that will affect the extent of the HHA qualifying matters in PC12. These practical uncertainties would not arise if PC9 was fully operative at the time PC12 was determined, but that seems unlikely. And for that reason, Hamilton City is open to an interim decision on HHAs in PC9 in order to get as far advanced in the first schedule process as possible and thereby create as much certainty as possible in the PC12 process.
With an interim decision, assuming that it is appealed, is that going to give any greater weight to the decision, the fact that there's been a decision but it's been appealed?
Assuming it's appealed.
Assuming it's appealed.
Assuming it's appealed, no, I agree. I don't think it would necessarily provide it with more weight. But I think getting a decision, I mean, that's a significant milestone in first schedule terms. So I think getting a decision out on HHAs is a significant milestone. You are advancing through the first schedule process. The question then is waiting for the appeal period to close and see what has been appealed and what is free of appeal. Those HHAs that are free of appeal can be deemed operative at that point. So there is the potential, at least for some HHAs, if you do get an interim decision out, to give you a greater degree of certainty in 12. But it all depends upon what's appealed.
Yeah. Because I mean, the high likelihood is that some will take it on methodology, and that brings everything under.
Everything's up for grabs.
Yeah.
So turning now to the development of the HHA approach under PC9. So the development of a revised approach to historic heritage in Hamilton has been in the pipeline for a number of years. In 2020, the City commissioned a report from Lifescapes Limited to undertake a high-level overview of the historic heritage and character values across the city's residential areas, and to identify areas that present themes of historical and physical settlement patterns, architectural forms, and landscape qualities. A further Lifescapes report then recommended redefining the areas subject to the special heritage zoning as historic heritage areas. Then in 2021, the City commissioned Richard Knott to carry out a city-wide assessment identifying those parts of Hamilton City which are of such heritage value locally, regionally or nationally that they should be identified as an HHA. A methodology and a set of criteria for the identification of HHAs in Hamilton were developed, and site visits were made to the significant majority of streets within the city, which contain a majority of pre-1980 buildings. The methodology required an evaluation of an area first, in terms of whether it was representative of a heritage theme that had been identified, and which had historic heritage significance, and second, whether the area displayed a consistency in physical and visual qualities representative of that historic heritage. Assessments were carried out at a street, group of streets, or at a block level as appropriate, and a total of 32 HHAs were identified. The report recommended to schedule the identified areas as HHAs in the plan, and to recognise these HHAs as an overlay across the relevant underlying zones. The report also recommended to develop appropriate provisions, including controls over the demolition of existing buildings and structures, the establishment of new buildings and structures, alterations and extensions, and development on front, corner and through rear sites, all within Chapter 19. And a copy of that original report, which underpinned the notified version of Plan Change 9, is Appendix 9 to the Section 32 report. And it's referred to in these submissions as the original report. So prior to publicly notifying PC9, the City then commissioned a desktop review of the original report from Mr. Wild of Archifact, which, while generally supporting the ranking and scoring approach promoted by Mr. Knott for HHAs, identified reservations about the rankings of some HHAs, and these concerns were raised with Mr. Knott, and after reviewing his assessment in light of Mr. Wild's desktop analysis, Mr. Knott confirmed his recommendations contained in the original report, and on that basis, and in reliance on Mr. Knott's assessment, he proceeded to publicly notify PC9, or HCC proceeded to publicly notify PC9 in July 2022. So dealing with the notified provisions, the first was a comprehensive update of Chapter 19. There's a revised purpose statement. There's a new objective that heritage values of an HHA are identified and protected, and a new objective 19.2.5 to recognise, protect and, where possible, enhance the physical and visual qualities of the heritage values of a residential zone site within an HHA. There's a suite of supporting policies, and there is an updated activity status rule 19.3.2, which limits the permitted activities and controls most of the activities in an HHA as a restricted discretionary activity. There's a new information requirement for a heritage impact assessment which evaluates the proposal against the identified heritage values in the particular HHA. And then, in reliance on Mr. Knott's original report, there's a revised Schedule 8D which lists and identifies the proposed HHAs within the city. And Appendix 8 contains new provisions providing assessment criteria against which consent applications are evaluated. So, to the 2,025 submission points identified on PC9, there were 710 that related to the HHA topic. And the key themes that emerged were the following. Firstly, there was the concerns about impacts on landowner and private property rights. A number of submitters raised concerns about the impact that the identification of HHAs and the associated plan provisions had on private property rights, future development aspirations, property values, inconvenience, consenting requirements, and the inability to carry out particular activities without requiring a resource consent. There was support for the HHA framework generally. Some submitters were generally supportive of the intent to protect historic heritage through the overlays and didn't seek wholesale changes or that the HHA regime be rejected. Conversely, there was opposition to the HHA regime in its entirety, with some submitters opposed to the inclusions of HHAs as a planning mechanism to achieve Section 6F, and they sought that the entire regime be rejected. And in some cases, those submissions asserted that what had been identified was not historic heritage, but rather was special character. There was concerns raised about the mapping of HHAs, with some submitters seeking to delete entire HHA overlays, and others seeking to modify HHA mapping. Some submissions sought that HHAs in fact be expanded into additional houses or streets, and some sought entirely new HHAs to be created, for example, the Frankton commercial area and the Fairview Downs area. There were concerns raised about the policy and the rule framework, seeking to change definitions and rules relating to development on rear sites. Construction of fences and walls was a hot topic, and the requirement for a heritage impact assessment was also of concern to some submitters. And many sought changes to provide greater flexibility to carry out particular activities such as alterations, maintenance and improvements. Another thing was the concern about the level of detail supporting the HHAs. Some submitters considered that the HHA descriptions were valuable resources, but they should provide more detail about the specific heritage values of a particular area. And then there was the overall concern about the methodology used to identify the HHAs. Concerns raised around inconsistencies with earlier investigations of special character and whether the HHA regime was conflating Sections 6 and 7. The concerns about an alleged departure from the regional policy statement assessment criteria, and general concerns about the scoring that was applied to the HHAs. So against that background of submissions and submission themes, there was some important action taken by Hamilton City in response to these submissions. The submissions closed on the 18th of November, and by that stage the City had considered the key themes arising from the submissions and had determined that in order to robustly evaluate and respond to those submissions, it would engage a fresh set of eyes to review the work undertaken, which would assist in making any necessary proposed changes to the notified provisions in order to positively respond to submitted concerns. And the City engaged 2 independent experts to assist with the review process. The first was Dr. Kai Gu, an internationally recognised expert in heritage conservation and Associate Professor in Planning at the Auckland University School of Architecture and Planning. Dr. Gu was engaged to review international best practice in the field of area-based conservation planning and peer review Mr. Knott's original report, including the assessment methodology adopted, and make recommendations on any necessary adjustments to the methodology. And also Mr. Robin Miller of Origin Consultants, a national consulting firm specialising in heritage architecture and heritage conservation, again with international experience, having undertaken heritage conservation area reviews in East London and Staffordshire. Mr. Miller was engaged to undertake a peer review of Mr. Knott's original report, which included a critique of the methodology applied with reference to international best practice, and also to undertake an impartial analysis of a sample of 8 of the proposed HHAs.
Can I just check, Mr. Wild wasn't engaged again after that initial review, pre-notification?
No, that's right. No. The decision was made to go with the 2 experts that have identified at paragraph 38.
Thank you.
So dealing with Dr. Gu's recommendations, Dr. Gu's key findings was that while the identification and assessment of the HHAs in Mr. Knott's original report generally aligned with the principles of international practice, the relationship between heritage themes and development periods and the spatial structuring of Hamilton needed to be clarified to better understand and justify the proposed HHAs. Mr. Knott's original report had adopted the heritage themes identified in the Lifescapes report that had informed the early preparation of PC9. And these themes, such as, for example, comprehensive state housing schemes and control by the State Advances Corporation, were broadly linked to a development period, in this case the 30s to the 50s. Dr. Gu considered that the themes refer to significant urban activities and major policy initiatives, but the emphasis should be on identifying significant development periods, particularly given the emphasis within the regional policy 10.A on historic heritage that is representative of a significant development period. In Dr. Gu's view, the identification of development periods is therefore fundamental to heritage assessment. So Dr. Gu identified 3 distinct development periods. Firstly, pioneer developments between the 1860s and the 1880s. Next, late Victorian and Edwardian and during and after interwar growth and early post-war expansion, which is 1890 to 1940s. And then finally, the third is the early post-war expansion between the 50s and the 70s. So these were the 3 development periods identified by Dr. Gu. And within these development periods, a series of heritage themes can then be recognised. And as primary evidence, he confirms that the character and uniqueness of Hamilton is largely connected to the structure of its physical form, which is derived from this series of development periods. A development period represents a segment of development history that creates distinctive material forms in the urban landscape to suit the particular socio-economic needs of society at the time. And along with these, the identification of these development periods, Dr. Gu also observed that Hamilton East, Hamilton West, Frankton and Claudelands represent 4 urban villages in central Hamilton, each with a clear boundary and commercial centre. And surrounding the main commercial centre at Victoria Street, the 4 urban villages are connected through axial streets and together with the town belt are natural and physical resources that contribute to an understanding and appreciation of Hamilton's urban history and cultures. Next, Mr. Miller, he produced a written peer review dated the 6th of March, which concluded that the approach undertaken in Mr. Nott's original report generally aligns with the approach put forward by international best practice from organisations such as ECOMOS, Historic England and the Institute of Historic Building Conservation. Summarising the approach recommended by Historic England, the stages should comprise identification, appraisal and evaluation, each of which Mr. Miller recognised in the work undertaken by Mr. Nott. Mr. Miller then reviewed a sample of 8 proposed HHAs and overall agreed in principle with the recommendation that these areas be included in PC9 as HHAs. His peer review included detailed research into the development of each of the 8 HHAs and concluded that each have local significance, with the exception of one being the Hayes Paddock example, which he considered had regional and potentially national significance. In terms of the historic materials presented in support of each HA, Mr. Miller recommended that these statements be expanded to identify key features of the heritage theme so that the themes and values of each HHA are communicated clearly and concisely. His peer review did raise a query over the significance of the Anglesey Street and Jamison Crescent HHAs. In the case of Anglesey Street, he recommended that the southernmost section or dwelling should be removed from the boundary of the proposed HHA, and due to the proposed size of the HHA, it was considered to be one of the weaker candidates within the sample. Similarly, with regard to Jamison Crescent, he noted the very small size of the proposed HHA and questioned whether the site history and story behind these 4 buildings were sufficient to justify their inclusion in the list of proposed HHAs. So, with that feedback, Mr. Nott, having worked collaboratively with Dr. Gu and Mr. Miller in incorporating their recommendations, produced a response to all submissions which is set out in his addendum report of 6 March. And in his evidence, he confirms his acceptance of Dr. Gu's recommended development periods and recognises that these better respond to the policy directives of the regional policy statement. And he adopted these development periods in place of his original heritage themes and undertook a reassessment of the proposed HHAs based on this updated methodology. In his addendum report, he records how he cross-checked and reassessed the HHAs recommended in his original report on the basis of this revised methodology. In respect of Mr. Miller's recommendations and the view of some submitters, he accepted that the initial HCC research was described in broad terms and not sufficiently specific to each of the proposed HHAs, and he also accepted that the statements in Appendix 8D of the proposed plan did not provide sufficient information regarding the historic heritage significance of each HA to enable the full assessment of their specific heritage values during any consenting process. So in response to these recommendations, in his addendum report, he presented a revised 2-stage methodology for the identification and assessment of HHAs to be included within Appendix 8. This has added a further stage of detailed research to each proposed HHA to confirm its historic heritage significance to the development of the city and will assist in the evaluation of land use consents. And that followed broadly the formula that had been identified in Mr. Miller's work. Notably, Mr. Nott's addendum report re-evaluated all proposed HHAs and recommends the deletion of 2 previously proposed HHAs. Firstly, the Marama Street HHA, which due to demolition which had taken place since the original site visits and extant certificates of compliance for the demolition of other buildings or dwellings, which significantly impacted the integrity of the HHA, and also Oxford Street West, due to extant certificates of compliance for the demolition of dwellings, which again would significantly impact the integrity of the HHA. And in addition to these deletions, and in light of Mr. Miller's peer review, he also recommended that the Anglesey Street HHA and the Jamison Crescent HHA be removed. I might just, if I can, take you to the plan provisions. I just want to illustrate this point about, and you'll hear a bit about this. This is this question of whether or not the district plan includes sufficient detail about each HHA to enable a properly informed heritage impact assessment and in the consenting context. Yeah. And it's probably best, I think, illustrated in Appendix 8, which is the assessment of the HHAs. If you have that in front of you and you go to page 4, you see at page 4 there's new text. There's some struck through blue text, which is the notified version, and then there's some new blue text. So that new blue text you can see is really picking up and adopting the work of Dr. Gu and establishing and sort of anchoring the assessment to these development periods. And you can see the 3 development periods are then described in some detail. And then you can see also at page 7, section 8-3.2, there's more information provided about the methodology for identification of HHAs. And then there's a whole lot of text then struck out because it's effectively becomes somewhat redundant. But then if you flick forward to page 35, you get to Schedule 8D, which is the schedule of each historic heritage area. And I mean, if we just use the first example there of Acacia Crescent, you can see the struck out words at the beginning of the table. That's the notified language and the description of Acacia Avenue. And you can see what it's been replaced with. There is substantially more detail now included within the district plan, which responds to this criticism about there just not being enough to make proper evaluations against. You can see that, for example, Acacia Crescent goes from page 36, 37, 38, 39 through to 40. So there's a fairly substantial sort of account of the historic heritage values, which Mr. Knott would say is sufficient and an appropriate level of detail. There's a contest on this point. There are some historians and experts that will say to you that this is not enough and that there should actually be more. And they've, for example, I think Dr. McEwen, who points to the Christchurch City Council example to support her argument that more is required. Incidentally, it was Dr. McEwen that formulated the Christchurch provisions, so you may want to just test her on that point. But as I say, that's one of the live issues for you is to determine whether you think that there is now sufficient descriptions within the district plan to enable assessments to be made at a consenting stage.
Can I just ask, the purpose of 8.3.2, the methodology, is that simply for the record, or is this intended to be used prospectively for the identification of further HHAs, in which case we might need to interrogate a bit further?
I think it's for the record. I mean, it doesn't have any... I'm not sure, embedding it in the operative provisions of the ODP doesn't give it any status. I mean, it's probably a relevant document to consider in any future plan change. But I think it's simply there as it's further information to help people understand how these HHAs have been identified. I don't think it's intended to be anything more than that.
Might need some clarification in the text to that effect, because otherwise it may well be used like the WRPS can be used. Okay.
Just in terms of the individual records, starting with Acacia Crescent, I mean, certainly there's a lot more description there now, and probably in a district plan, you wouldn't want to see anything more, but I guess my planner's eye goes to what helps me as an applicant or what helps me as a consent officer to say, does this adds and alts or new house or whatever pass the test? And,
Yes.
you tend to skim through, and probably the things that you pick up on are those are on page 39 for Acacia Crescent, where you start reading down those bullet points.
Yes.
That's the sort of really quite directive stuff as to whether you get the tick or not.
Yes, well, I think that's the planner, that's what the planner needs, and I think this is the point that Mr. Knott makes, and it may be something that you can test with him and also with some of the other heritage experts is, Mr. Knott's proposition is that it gets to a point where the utility of more history embedded within the plan just isn't there. It doesn't help a planner. A planner is going to go to what are the characteristics, what are the values, how do I measure this extension of a building against this stuff in a meaningful way. And so, Mr. Knott would say that you have all the history you need to identify the values, and you have the, as you pointed out, the bullet point list there of critical features that you'd be wanting to replicate or at least enhance and protect.
Okay.
Just the other point, just before we move off that, the other, I think, missing part, which I don't think is currently contained within the draft provisions, is the maps, the map spatial extent of the HHAs, which is attachment 2 to Mr. Knott's primary evidence. These are also intended to be embedded at the right place in the district plan, but for some reason, I'm not quite sure exactly why, it wasn't part of the updated provisions. So you'd have the map and you'd have the description.
And just in passing, I just note that when you look at the section of 1227D, which is the heritage impact assessment provision, which shall include, there's no explicit cross-referencing to appendix. Those appendices, it may be sensible to actually do that so that confines the assessment to the values that have been identified in Appendix A.
Yes, that's a helpful cross-reference. The other point that I think submitters, particularly around the heritage impact assessment, some submitters are concerned about driving costs and expense into the consenting process, particularly if there is a need for a heritage expert. And I think it's important to note that in the information requirements, there's certainly no explicit reference to a heritage impact assessment requiring an heritage expert. It's a planner's job and should be capable of being addressed by a planner, and that's certainly the intended outcome. There may be some applications that, because of the nature and scale of what's being proposed and the nature of the HHA, that there is a requirement to bolster the heritage impact assessment with some expertise, but certainly the information requirements themselves don't require that they be produced by a heritage expert.
Maybe we should put a note in there which says, do not employ a heritage expert.
No, I'm not suggesting that, far from it. But I think that it is important that people understand that it certainly it's not implicit that every single application that requires a heritage impact assessment needs anything more than a fully competent planner to make the assessment against the criteria that you see in the plan.
Over time, though, my suspicion would be that that would creep in that direction, just because of people's unfamiliarity with how the plan came into being in the first instance. So that might be.
Yes, so it may be that an advisory note or something could give plan users a degree of comfort that's not assumed.
Yeah. I mean, if it's not intended, then it may be helpful to clarify that.
Well, the proof will be in the pudding. I mean, it'll be in the quality of the heritage impact assessment. If it falls woefully short, because the planner is not competent to do it, then it
It
may
won't be accepted.
require more expertise.
Yes, yeah.
So turning to the expert conferencing, this was concluded, I think, on the 20th of March. There was a joint witness statement produced, and there were some key outcomes agreed at conferencing. The first was that the City would provide the updated descriptive statements, which we've just talked about, and the maps for each HHA in its evidence to reflect the more recent research and peer review work undertaken. There'd be the inclusion of the full HHA statements, again, which we've just talked about. There'd be the adoption of the development periods instead of the heritage themes. And there was going to be some discussion with the 42A author about the review of the use of the term avoid, maintain and enhance, and review of the matters of discretion to ensure that they are appropriate where they apply to historic heritage. And there was also agreement that the Claudelands commercial area and Frankton commercial area recommended for inclusion as additional HHAs in response to submissions seeking that outcome. There was, however, a reserve position from some of the experts on the mapping and HHA statements for those new areas. We had an updated 42 report, and as part of that 42 report, there were updated plan provisions which you have, which reflect the revised position of Hamilton City Council in reliance on the inputs from Dr. Gu and Mr. Miller and Mr. Knott's updated addendum report. So the revised provisions you have as part of the Section 42A report, and at Section 58 of the submissions I've set out a list of the revised HHAs that are being proposed with a note to say which are altered and which have been added in response to submissions. Just to help you with the math, because I was struggling to work out the numbers of this, in Mr. Knott's original report, he's got a summary where he lists the 32 HHAs. So of that list, so we know Anglesey Street has come out, Jamison Crescent has come out, Marama Street has come out, and Oxford Street West has come out. Graham Street and Hamilton East are now combined as one, so they're described as one now. And the Mairiri Ave, Pa and Taniwha Street is now called the Frankton East. And then we've got the two new ones, which is Claudelands and Frankton Commercial. So I think that took us to 29.
Just a question on the last one there with the Wilson Street and Penfold in terms of your para 58. There's no comment there as to whether it was altered or extended. I understood it to be extended. Don't need to answer that now. Someone else can.
I'll ask Mr. Knott to pick that up for you. At 59, I've just described the boundary maps. Those are the ones that were attached to Mr. Knott's evidence. We have a revised purpose statement and revised objectives and policies that are supporting a single objective, which is to identify and protect HHAs from inappropriate subdivision and use and development. And a series of revisions, most of which we've now just worked through as we've been discussing them. So I could probably move to the key outstanding issues. The first is obviously that of this contest between heritage and character. So the question of whether the features of the proposed HHAs are elements of Hamilton's historic heritage or simply its character is a central issue for determination under this PC9 topic. The outcome will determine how the area is to be recognised in the ODP, and it is only if an area is deemed by the panel to constitute part of Hamilton's historic heritage that Section 6F is engaged. in which case the area requires recognition in the ODP and protection from inappropriate subdivision use and development. If, however, the values identified in an area fall short of historic heritage and relate only to the area's character, then the area does not require this level of protection, and the panel may simply have particular regard to the maintenance and enhancement of amenity values within the area. In practical terms, this means rejecting the proposed HHA status for the particular area, and that's the point that, Mr. Chair, you made in terms of the drafting exercise.
Yeah, and in fact, we don't need to determine whether it's a matter of character. We simply need to determine whether it's in historic heritage or not.
Yep.
Character's irrelevant.
It is. That's right. Yep. It's ultimately it's a test of whether or not the values that are identified within each of these HHAs meets the definition of historic heritage set out in the Resource Management Act.
I mean, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of trying to determine whether it's character. That's I guess that's the point.
And you're not required in your decision making. You're not required.
Yeah.
So the point I'm making, which I think is related, is that there's no dispute that the identified HHAs each hold a certain character which contributes to the overall amenity of the area, and that the character may have some historic quality due to the age of the buildings or the period of development or the subdivision. But the dispute centres on whether the areas have characteristics which are representative of historic heritage. And ultimately this question must be answered by reference to the definition of historic heritage in the RMA. And applying the definition, the properly framed question in my submission is this: deriving from its archaeological, architectural, cultural, historic, scientific or technological features, does the area contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures? If the identified features of an area do not fall into one or more of these categories, and or do not contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures, they are not historic heritage and are more likely to simply be a feature contributing to an area's character. So again, I think the fundamental submission I make in terms of this debate between character and heritage is to say, go back to the definition of historic heritage in the Resource Management Act, and have that at the forefront of your evaluation at all times. There is also this point about the Waikato Regional Policy Statement criteria and the evaluation methodology. So at 68 I make the point that the methodology of the evaluation of an area against that definition and that defined question is critical. Some submitters, including Kāinga Ora, Kotei Pacifica Trust, attempt to undermine Mr. Knott's evaluation by alleging it departs from the requirements of the Regional Policy Statement chapter on historical and cultural values, and they assert that the city has failed to give effect to the Regional Policy Statement and failed to apply the assessment methodology referred to in the Regional Policy Statement. My submission to you is this assertion is incorrect and it warrants examining. But dealing firstly with the Regional Policy Statement, Objective HCV 01 requires that sites, structures, landscapes, areas or places of historic and cultural heritage are protected, maintained or enhanced in order to retain the identity and integrity of the Waikato regions and New Zealand's history and culture. It's kind of a repeat of Section 6F really. Now, leaving aside the live contest about exactly which areas should be HHAs, through the rules and the standards, the PC9 identifies, protects, maintains and enhances areas of historic heritage, thereby giving effect to this fundamental regional policy objective. Next, relevantly, is policy HCV P3, which requires the management of subdivision use and development to give recognition to historic and cultural heritage and to integrate it with development where appropriate. And again, through its provisions, PC9 does exactly that. Next are the implementation methods, where the correct identification of historic heritage becomes germane. The first method is that Waikato Regional Council will establish a regional heritage forum, and the second is that we'll create a regional heritage inventory. Now, I understand that the forum may have been convened at some point. It's a fairly, seems like it's had some intermittent meetings, but nothing particularly recently. and it does not appear to have produced the inventory to which this method relates. So following the implementation method, there is the statement that I've put it in paragraph 72, which is that the regional heritage inventory shall identify known sites, structures, areas, landscapes or places of historical cultural heritage that require protection from inappropriate subdivision, use and development for inclusion in relevant regional or district plans. In doing so, regard shall be had to the Heritage New Zealand Register of Historic Places, Historic Areas and Waihi Tapu areas. The criteria provided in APP7 shall form the basis of any new assessment of historic and cultural heritage. And it's this criteria, APP7, which is intended to be applied in the context of the Regional Heritage Forum and its building of regional heritage inventory, that Kāinga Ora and other submitters claim must be adhered to by the city. So there are 3 points that arise. The first is that the criteria is referred to in an implementation method directed at the actions of the Regional Council. It's the development of the Regional Heritage Forum's inventory, not yet complete. And it's not a method directed at district plan making. But, nevertheless, recognising the need for consistency and the benefits of consistency, even if it is applicable to district plan making, the method refers to the criteria forming the basis of any new assessment of historic heritage. This language is purposefully open and enabling. It does not direct absolute adherence or strict implementation, and it's misleading to elevate the regional policy provision to this doctrinaire status.
Just picking up on that in terms of forming the basis, so you're saying to us there that there is a bit of flexibility provided. So in terms of what forming the basis means, does that mean that the criteria, all of them, are in the basis, but then you can add additional things in, or can you have a bit of flexibility with what of those criteria you tick the box with?
Well, I think it's a flexible proposition, and the interesting thing about it is that if you actually look at the criteria that is set out in AP77, it's just simply a checklist of the historic heritage definition elements in the RMA. So it's doing nothing more than giving you some kind of structure, I guess, or framework that you could kind of work through the various elements of the definition to give you, an evaluation. So yeah, my submission on this point is that there's no way that you could elevate AP77, the criteria, to some sort of absolute must-do checklist. It is, as I say, it can form the basis of an evaluation. I don't think there's any magic to the criteria. It is a reflection of the definition of historic heritage. And as the point I make at C, I think I say a review of the criteria shows that it simply checks off the various components of the RMA definition, which Mr. Knott notes as a cornerstone of his evaluation. The original report makes express reference to the RPS and even sets out the criteria. It's an attachment to his report. I mean, it's hard to reconcile this suggestion that he's completely missed or abandoned it when it's actually set out there.
Yeah. And the chapeau to Appendix 7 in actual fact says, when assessing historic and cultural heritage, regard shall be given to the register and the following.
Yep. Yep.
Pretty clear.
So I think that it probably serves the argument for those that are critical of the HHAs to, of course, you'll go to the methodology and you'll see how you can chip away at it. My submission to you is that anyone who suggests to you that there is some fundamental flaw in the methodology because of the way Mr. Knott has or hasn't applied this criteria is grossly overstating the position.
Yes. And we will, we'll interrogate Mr. Knott on that, and we want to be satisfied that in actual fact he has done what he says, and that's fine. Yeah?
I am, your evidence is though, you are suggesting that in fact the Regional Council has not created the regional heritage inventory that it said it would.
Correct. I have to qualify that. I've asked all of my experts, all of my heritage experts about it, and I've asked the city planning manager also, and no one can find this inventory. No one knows where it is or if it exists. So there may be someone who comes forward and says, oh, there is an inventory, but all of my inquiries, including inquiries of my expert, is they haven't laid their eyes on it. So again, it may be something that someone can help you with during the course of the hearing.
And I should have checked, but I didn't. But can you confirm the Regional Council has not made a submission on this point?
No. Thank you.
So just at 74, I make the point that the criticism then suggests that because the methodology in Mr. Nott's original report referenced the heritage themes which have historic heritage significance to the development of the city, which were drawn from the earlier Lifescapes report into heritage and character, that this has led to a conflation of character and heritage. Mr. Nott has addressed these concerns in his evidence and rebuttal, noting that he adopted the heritage themes only after carefully considering the applicability of these themes to an assessment of HHAs, and noting the clear crossover between what the Lifescapes report had referred to as historic character and historic heritage. So again, that feels like a matter that you can interrogate Mr. Nott on. But ultimately, however, I say that the criticism is overtaken by the peer review work of Dr. Gu, who introduced the revised development periods into the evaluation method in place of these heritage themes, which were then adopted by Mr. Nott in the revised assessment and set out in his addendum report. And I note that at conferencing, Mr. Brown for Kainga Ora confirms that in his view the use of development periods of significance over the notified themes was more aligned to the evaluation criteria of the regional policy statement and the ODP in relation to historic heritage. So, notwithstanding this acknowledgement, Kainga Ora does continue to assert that Mr. Nott has applied a methodology which, due to the development periods, captures any area developed between 1860 and 1980, and if there is a moderate consistency with identified qualities in those periods, it's afforded HHA status. And my submission is that that's an oversimplification of Mr. Nott's assessment methodology, and it ignores the filtering of the sites via the consistency criteria which Mr. Nott has described as a test to objectively assess and filter out the majority of streets to ensure that only those streets which best display the physical and visual qualities of the identified heritage themes passed the test. In effect, the second test was a form of sifting exercise, and at all times the first test has been paramount, and if a street was not considered to be representative of a heritage theme which has historic heritage significance to the development of the city, it was dismissed. So the city has confidence in its team of heritage experts. It readily acknowledges that the process has been iterative and has resulted in re-evaluation and changes to the recommended list of HHAs. From this, the panel can conclude that the city has not taken an immovable position. It has listened to submitter feedback. It's sought out high calibre peer review, and where appropriate, it has refined its approach. The end result is a robust and reliable body of evidence to support the evaluation methodology for each proposed HHA. Turning to the live issue of the statements of significance, again, the city rejects any ongoing criticism that the revised statements of significance for each HHA are insufficient in their coverage and content to establish the historic heritage values of each area. It acknowledges that the notified version of PC9 contained very brief statements that would have been unhelpful to plan users seeking to evaluate land use activities in HHAs, but these have been substantially revised in the updated PC9 provisions that are attached to the final 42A report. In response to any ongoing criticism of the statements, Mr. Nott's evidence is that the critical values to guide development within each HHA are sufficiently identified to enable planning judgments to be made at the consenting stage. It's accepted that there are some district plans that take a more granular approach, and the exemplars provided by Mr Brown and Dr McEwen are lengthy. However, Mr Knott asserts that beyond a certain point, recording extensive history in the district plan adds little practical benefit to the understanding of the historic heritage significance of an area. Mr Knott's evidence details the issues with lengthy assessments and statements and notes that there are costs and benefits to either approach. As he confirms, more could be added, but there comes a point where the marginal utility of further information diminishes and it makes the necessary heritage impact assessments more onerous than they need to be. In response to concerns raised by Ms Callaway and Ms Williams on behalf of Ms Callaway and the Waikato Heritage Group about the accuracy of the history underpinning the statements, Mr Knott has noted that the change to development periods has removed much of the other information regarding the history and development of Hamilton from the appendix and has replaced it with a simple summary of development periods and the main characteristics of each of these. He considers that this is more helpful to future consent applicants than a longer history of Hamilton. And on that basis, it is not necessary to spend further time refining or peer reviewing the statements of significance. There are site-specific matters which I've set out at paragraph 82 of my submissions that are still live, and that will be the matter for, I guess, hearing from submitters during the course of this week. Just on this point, there is a practical question which I have for the panel, which is how you would want to hear any response evidence from Mr Knott in particular in relation to when you hear submitters as you're going through the week. I mean, we can have Mr Knott listening intently and making notes and come back to you at the end of the hearing, or if you wanted to have Mr Knott sort of available to answer any questions as you go through each submission and each HHA, we could do it that way. So perhaps it's just
we'll come back on that after morning tea. We'll have a discussion about that after morning tea.
He's here for the entire week, of course, so we can.
We'll come back to that.
I've just listed some of the matters, as I say, site-specific matters that are to be addressed. I note that at subparagraph A, I've listed all of the HHAs where there's been no site-specific submissions in relation to these. So there may have been broader submissions just testing the methodology or challenging HHAs more generally, but these particular ones do not have site-specific submissions. There is the question of the establishment of the new Frankton Commercial HHA and its expansion to include the Gosling Building and High Street. There's the establishment of the new Claudelands Commercial HHA. There's the establishment of all or part of the Fairview Downs HHA. And then there's the retention of the Myrtle Street and Te Aroha Street HHA. And the inclusion of agricultural, industrial and scientific development stories to be tested. And the establishment of the Queens Ave Frankton HHA and the inclusion of some Rifle Range Road properties, exclusion from the Frankton Railway HHA. We're also dealing with some live issues concerning plan provisions. There's a large number of submissions seeking changes to the planning framework. And as I've signalled, I think that probably the most effective way to deal with the plan provisions would be just to hear the submissions. And then it's likely that if there are any matters that warrant amendment, we'll certainly invite Mr Knott to comment on those, and we'll also have the feedback from the Section 42A team at the end of the hearing, and probably come back to you with a revised set of any provisions, taking account of what we've heard during the hearing. So that really covers off what I think are the live issues, and then just at paragraph 85 I've described the evidence for the city. Firstly, we're going to hear from Dr Gu, who he's going to present evidence on an international best practice in this field of area-based conservation. He's going to describe his review of Mr Knott's original report, including the assessment of the methodology and he's going to describe his identification of the development periods and his recommended adjustments to the evaluation methodology. Then we'll hear from Mr. Miller, who's going to present evidence on his peer review of the original report, including his critique of the methodology and his references to international best practice and the results of his analysis of the sample of 8 proposed HHAs that he reviewed. And then finally we'll hear from Mr. Knott, who's going to present evidence of his evaluation methodology, his original report and the recommended HHAs as notified, and then his response to submissions and the feedback from the peer review work of Dr. Gu and Mr. Miller. And then he'll address you on his revised set of recommendations, including plan provisions.
Now, I'm assuming from the way that you're proposing that we hear from your 3 experts that you want them to provide that information as much for public consumption as anything else? Because the other option is that we simply basically hot tub all 3 of them, actually do it without. Well, I haven't talked about the panel. We'll do that over morning tea. But
yes,
I would understand if you wanted it for more general consumption.
I think it would be good to, and probably helpful for the witnesses, if they could each just deal with their executive summary and make the critical points that they want to make. And then, if there is a panel discussion where we get all 3 of them together, that might be useful to you. You may have separate questions for each of them. So I'm just entirely in your hands. As I say, the question that I really have is in relation to when we hear from submitters and they take you to specific elements of an HHA, how you want to hear the response, whether you want it sort of in real time or all at the end of the hearing.
No, we'll certainly talk about that now. I don't want to set up an apparent friction, which could.
No, certainly not.
Yeah.
So it's just what's practical.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well.
2 questions.
Okay.
Sorry. At your para 44, I meant to ask at the time and forgot to. You mentioned ICOMOS and Historic England and the Institute of Historic Building Conservation. 2 questions in relation to those. First one, are they mentioned in any of the planning documents that we need to have regard to, the ODP, any of the Waikato regional planning documents? And are they relevant matters for us to have regard to?
ICOMOS gets a mention from time to time, but I think the others, I don't think I've identified them in any of the other relevant planning documents. And as I say, the reason for the reference in my submission and at this point, and also in Mr. Miller's evidence, is that Mr. Miller was asked to think about what he had observed and test that against what he considers to be international best practice. So he's looked outside of what you might consider to be the sort of the hierarchy of planning instruments that we're dealing with to sense check what's happening here against what he considers to be international best practice, and has referred to those documents and instruments as being relevant. But again, probably a matter that you can test him with in terms of the relevance.
Thank you. And then the second issue was in relation to scope. So your submissions haven't specifically addressed the issue of scope, but there have been new or extensions requested via submissions to HHAs, and just wondered whether you turned your mind to, are there any sort of Clearwater issues in terms of introducing a brand new HHA via a submission or extending it via submission?
Yes, so on that point, firstly, I think in terms of the historic heritage topic, properly framed, it has been a comprehensive city-wide review of heritage across the city. So it's not as if it's been confined, for example, to particular parts of the city to the exclusion of other parts. So it was a city-wide assessment. So to the extent that people have, so it is a comprehensive review of the management regime for historic heritage in the city and areas within the city. So that's the first point, which is obviously relevant to how you then apply that in the Clearwater context. The new HHAs that were promoted through submissions received that hadn't been notified did cause us to pause and think about how to manage the Clearwater implications of that. And so for those new HHAs, and I may just need to check to confirm this with the 42A authors and the planning team at HCC, but there was a specific tailored mail out of those submissions to those properties that were affected by the brand new proposed HHA in and around it. So between the submission period and the further submission period, those people that potentially would have been caught entirely by surprise by a new HHA were the subject of a special bespoke mail out where the submission was presented to them to say, hey, you will not have seen this in the notified version of PC9, but this is being promoted. You may have something to say about it. There's a further submission period and you're welcome to submit. So I understand that was, broadly speaking, that's what happened. I will I'll check with the city planning manager to get the picture on that absolutely straight and come back to you on exactly how that all played out. But that was how the second limb of Clearwater was managed in terms of the
Did that apply to the extensions as well? Because some of them have been, extended as a result of submission, not just brand new ones introduced. So was the letter that sent out flagging, hey, look, you're now through a submission, they're seeking an extension of your...
that I don't know.
Okay.
And there were a couple of new commercials, I think,
yes.
that are being proposed.
Yep.
And were they proposed by your experts, not by submission, were they, or were they in submission?
They were by submission.
They were by
my
submission.
Understanding, sorry to, happy for me to come in here. My understanding is that the letters were sent far and wide in relation to both extensions and new areas that came through submission. So the letters that Mr. McDermott talked about were well beyond the limits of anything we've now recommended.
Okay.
But I haven't seen the letters now.
That's right, but you'll confirm that. You'll confirm that. Okay. Is that? All right, let's take a 15-minute break and we'll answer the questions after that and then we'll decide how we're going to run things. So back at 1:45, thank you. This is seriatim, and it may well be that when we get to Mr. Knott, that then the three can just sort of, jump in and so on.
That was exactly how we thought we might play it, so we just get
Yeah.
through each of them, and
Yeah.
then once you've finished any individual questions of Mr. Knott, we can bring them all together.
Yep, it's fine. And on the second question, with respect to Mr. Knott and submitters, the risk I see of allowing an exchange after each submitter or during is that time would just get away on us. So I think to recognise it would be quite useful to have Mr. Knott's commentary on those things, but we might provide a slot for him just before we break each time for just a wrap up and a comment, and we'll see. But also, you may want to take the opportunity just to sort of have a conversation outside or something to resolve things and just tell us the outcome of that too. So, yep, time unfortunately is of the essence in this one. Right.
Right, on that basis, I'll call the city's first witness, which is Dr. Kai Gu. Mr. Gu, can you confirm your full name is Kai Gu, and that you have provided in this proceeding a statement of evidence dated the 14th of April and a statement of rebuttal dated the 12th of May?
Yes,
Right, can I just ask you to read your executive summaries from each of those statements, please?
thank you. First of all, I'm grateful for having the opportunity to be able to sit in the hearing and talking about things we are passionate about.
Thank you, Dr. Gu, and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kai Gu. I'm a associate professor in urban morphology at the University of Auckland. In context, in the next few minutes, I'm going to go through the executive summary that is included in my statement of evidence dated 14th April.
Can I just check, can people hear? You can? Okay, that's good.
And statement of rebuttal evidence dated 12th May. Anticipation of major development and to underpin conservation planning policy, adoption of historical heritage areas by the Hamilton City Council is to ensure that historic urban landscape is sustained and its character is protected. The identification and assessment of the historic conservation areas, referred to as historic heritage areas, PC9, generally align with the principles of international best practice. However, the relationships between heritage themes, development periods, and the spatial structuring of Hamilton should be re-established to better understand and justify the destination of the proposed HHAs. A three-part sequence of change in the pre-1980 urban area in Hamilton can be identified: pioneer development, late Victorian and Edwardian, and during and after interwar growth, and early post-war expansion. Within this development period, a series of heritage themes can then be recognized. The character and uniqueness of Hamilton is largely connected to the structure of its physical form, which is derived from this series of development periods. A development period represents a segment of development history that creates distinctive material forms in the physical landscape to suit the particular socio-economic needs of society at the time. Hamilton East, Hamilton West, Frankton, and Cloudlands represent 4 urban villages in central Hamilton. Each urban village has a clear boundary and commercial center, facilitating local, traditional, and sustainable urbanism. Surrounding the main commercial center, Victoria Streets, the 4 urban villages are connected through axial streets. The 4 urban villages, together with the town belt, our natural and physical resources, contribute to understanding and appreciation of Hamilton's urban history and cultures. Among the 32 proposed historic heritage areas, over half of them in various sizes are within the 4 urban villages. The other 15 historic heritage areas, mostly small-sized areas, represent the early post-war urban expansion. More historical and geographical research and community engagement will help underpin the delineation of the boundaries of HHAs. The development of a structure-preserving strategy concerning the protection and management of the principal urban landscape divisions, those urban villages and their spatial temporal relationships. Central Hamilton will complement and enhance the efficacy of the implementation of HHAs. In the executive summary of my statement of rebuttal evidence dated 12th of May, I state the updated HHA report has applied a place-based and morphological approach to the identification and assessment of HHAs in Hamilton, and it is generally in line with the principles of international practice. A large part of criticism about HHA methodology and assessment criteria is related to the submitter's understanding of the proposed HHAs as isolated urban areas, as opposed to components of a morphological framework. Reconciliation of the historical and cultural legacies embodied in the urban landscape and the accelerating urban housing and other development demands is a challenging task. Mr. North's updated HHA report has developed a basis for formulating plan provisions for more adaptable and historically sensitive urban change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gould. Vicky, do you want to?
So I've just got a question. It's in relation to your first statement, your primary statement of evidence at paragraph 13. And you state there that more historico-geographical research and community engagement will help underpin the delineation of the boundaries of HHAs. My question is, are you saying there's more that needs to be done before we can make a decision on Plan Change 9, or have we got enough information on what's being put forward now to make a decision? I just wasn't clear what you're saying. Do we need more information, or have we got enough now?
I have to talk about that from a researcher's perspective. I'm not a frontline practitioner. I'm a frontline researcher. To me, a mapping work that shows the subdivisions of, for example, urban village, the clear mapping of landscape areas within, the urban village will help to further justify the HHAs within a particular urban area. So that mapping work will take a lot of time. Will require lots of time, efforts, but that will help to further justify.
So that's mapping beyond the maps that we've now got?
Will help to reinforce, will help to really strengthen the delimitation of the proposed HHA boundaries.
Okay. And is that in relation to the historic subdivision of those particular areas? That's what you're saying is missing?
Yes.
Right, and then I had a question just in relation to your paragraph 20. At the end of the paragraph, you say, based on the monitoring of change, the demarcation of historic heritage areas and district plan provisions need to be revised regularly. What were you sort of anticipating there in terms of, obviously, once these things are put into a plan, it requires a plan change process for them to be updated or changed, and a district plan has to be reviewed at least every 10 years. Is that the sort of regular you were thinking of, or are you thinking more regular than that?
I would say that historic conservation areas are a different type of urban areas, a different type of heritage protection objects. Historic heritage areas are living heritage, so over time they will change because of various requirements, demands from landowners, stakeholders. I would say that different city would have its own experience. Sometimes probably 2 years after 2-3 years in a slow changing place, probably 5-6 years. So there will be a need to revise the boundaries of the heritage areas and an assessment of whether they need to be changed, they need to be modified.
And so that might be because there's been some development that's happened in that area.
Yes.
that has meant that, say, the edges of it perhaps, or a house has been redeveloped, or there's been, and something's dropped
Yes,
off?
agree.
Okay.
But wouldn't that reflect a failure of the provisions, since the provisions are supposed to prevent the area actually losing its characteristics?
Or, for example, a building that's not safe to live, to use anymore, so that could be a case. For example, there will be major changes in the neighboring urban areas, or some changes to neighboring urban areas that will generate influence, impact on the historic conservation areas. I mean, eventually it's about accumulation of small changes, accumulation of individual small changes over time. So activities that's allowed in the current provision, that's you know, it's a minor thing, but over time there are many small changes took place in the area, so that would lead to a major change to the overall general character of an area. So at that point, we probably want to recess.
So I think just picking up on your answer there, you mentioned that changes on an adjoining site or changes outside of the historic heritage area can impact the values of the historic heritage area. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So if there's some significant development on the edge of a historic area, that might tell against that boundary remaining in the same place?
I think yes. I think yes. So there might be the major change of the land use, build form, landscape structures in the neighboring areas of a heritage conservation place. So there will be, you know, interaction between the new and existing areas, and that dynamic might lead to change to the heritage conservation area.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so just picking up on that, Dr. Gu. So in your international experience, have you actually, you know, seen areas which otherwise may have recognition as being historic heritage areas, and they've been undermined over time to the extent that the relevant authorities don't or choose not to recognise that heritage anymore, or are more prone to allow further development, redevelopment in that area? And I think that relating that to Hamilton,
Yeah.
so at your suggestion, Mr. Knott reapplied his data from a theme approach to a development period approach. But if you look at Hamilton and that map, you've got figure 1, which has got the different areas. I mean, obviously none of those are pure in their time period. They've all got some mixing in, haven't they, of different time period development. So how, sort of, I guess my overall question is how, you know, how mixed can something get before you would say it's just not worthy of being scheduled as a HHA?
I like to go back the mapping I was talking about the recognition of the particular sub areas within a general urban landscape division within, for example, urban village. So after you have that mapping work, you will be able to compare, you will be able to tell which sub-area has better preserved historical environments and deserves protection.
Thank you.
Yeah. You? No. Two questions from me, Dr. Gu. Probably the easy one first. I'm looking at your paragraph 9.
Yeah.
And in the last sentence there you say, within these development periods, a series of heritage themes can then be recognised. What were you, I mean, I don't think we've had those heritage, sub-heritage themes identified to us. What were you thinking that they might be?
I think those sub-areas, for example, within the village, could represent a scene, could represent a particular scene. So I think the connection between the heritage themes and identification of heritage areas could be connected to the clear establishment of the themes and sub-areas.
But you haven't identified those at this point in time.
I didn't, but it's going to be. I've been thinking about it. Hamilton is not a large city in terms of physical scope. It doesn't have that long history. It's not that difficult to come up with detailed analytical map that shows all the sub-areas within the city.
Right. And my other question is, and this has been picked up by a number of other parts, and I just want your comment on that. The middle development period being a 59-year period, it seems to a lot of submitters to be too lengthy and to be a little bit confused in terms of the beginning and the end. And how did you, or why did you determine that spread of years was the appropriate spread?
Yeah, I talked about that in my rebuttal statement. I think there's a need to look at analytical purpose of the identification of the morphological periods. The identification of the three morphological periods in my work leads to the demarcation of the four principal landscape divisions. One important part of Hamilton is Frankton and Courland. So those two areas were actually developed by the introduction of railway lines. So that process began in the late 19th century. And the two areas became consolidated from late 19th century, early 20th century till 1940. So identification of that long period actually help to really identify the two of the urban villages, Frankton and Courland.
So was that just a matter of using a situation that you felt was an appropriate heritage area to actually define the development period rather than the other way around?
I think so. There's a back and forth. Interconnection there.
Okay. So they were really the templates for the period.
I think so.
Okay. All right. And then the post-war expansion period. And again, I mean, I noticed that in terms of the HHAs, I think we've got something like 13 of those actually on the list. So it's quite a significant number. I guess a number of people are scratching their heads and thinking, why on earth would we have that 20-year period? What was your thinking in particular?
I had an opportunity to view some of, not all of them, some of the post-war heritage areas. They represent an important part of Hamilton's development history, so that's certain. I was also thinking whether it's possible, for example, to look at the influence of Ministry of Works. Their influence on the 1950s and 60s development in the post-war era in Hamilton. Whether there's an opportunity to recognize neighborhood units within the post-war expansion area. So in that case, we probably will be able to see larger conservation area, and it tells more completely important story of Hamilton's history. So that's possibility is still the early stages.
But you decided to stop that at 70s. I mean, the Ministry of Works went on into the 80s, but you decided that the 79 was the right sort of point to finish with?
I think it's requires support from full understanding of Hamilton's recent history. I didn't have a chance to really get into careful thinking about it, so I followed Mr. North's initial scope of research. So the timeline involved in Ms. Knott's initial reports.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Anything else? Thank you for the vote, Dr. Goode. Thank you very much.
I'll call Robin Miller. Mr. Miller, you confirm your full name is Robin Alexander Keith Miller?
I do.
You've produced a statement of evidence dated the 14th of April and a rebuttal statement dated the 12th of May.
Yes, I have, yeah.
Just asking you to read your executive summary.
Mr. Miller, you might need to pull the microphone a bit closer to you with the lawn mowing or whatever's going on out there. It's a bit...
How's that? I'm sorry, I've got a little bit of a frog in my throat this morning, nothing
It's all right, frogs are acceptable.
too bad. I'm mindful of the panel's concern over time, but there are a few things which I think are important. So I was going to start with the executive summary from my evidence, starting with paragraph 12. I have concluded that the approach undertaken in Mr. Knott's assessment generally aligns with the approach put forward by international best practice. In my peer review, I have referred to best practice for the conservation of historic towns and urban areas, conservation areas and modern houses from organisations such as ICMOS, Historic England and the Institute of Historic Building Conservation. Summarising the approach recommended by Historic England, the stages should comprise identification, appraisal and evaluation. I can recognise these steps in the work undertaken by Mr. Knott. I have reviewed a sample of 8 proposed HHAs and overall agree in principle with the recommendation that these be included in PC9 as HHAs. My review has included detailed research into the development of each of the 8 HHAs, and I consider that they have local significance with the exception of one, Hayes Paddock, which has regional or potentially national significance. I've raised a query over the significance of 2 of the HHAs, Anglesey Street and Jameson Crescent. In the case of Anglesey Street, I recommended that the southernmost 1950s section of dwelling be removed from the boundary of a proposed HHA. Due to the proposed size of the HHA, I also feel that this proposed HHA is one of the weaker candidates within the sample I have reviewed. Similarly, with regard to Jameson Crescent, I have noted the very small size of a proposed HHA and questioned whether the site history and story behind these 4 buildings are sufficient to justify their inclusion in the list of proposed HHAs. Finally, I have included in my evidence below on the query that was raised during the expert conferencing event on the 17th of March 2023. This query appears in paragraph 34212 and relates, at least in part, to my peer review of Mr. Knott's approach. The query is, John, that's Mr. Brown, raised a concern that the approach adopted for PC9 did not start with the existing WRPS 10A and District Plan 812 criteria. My response to this query is that effectively Mr. Knott's approach has started with the WRPS 10A, now APP7, and District Plan criteria, where they are relevant to HHAs as opposed to individual historic buildings and structures. I shall explain my response in more detail later, but I think Mr. Knott has covered the relevant criteria in his approach, but presented the information in a format that is more in keeping with the current best practice ideas for historic heritage areas. And then just one other point in my evidence that I wanted to make, if it's okay, was just my conclusion. And so I turn to 25. In my view, the methodology applied by Mr. Knott's assessment represents international best practice. On the basis of the sample examined, I agree in principle that these 8 areas be included as HHAs, but noting the limitations of Anglesey and Jameson Crescent. In the United Kingdom, there are examples of interesting 20th century developments and architecture that have been demolished without their heritage value being recognised. Within Hamilton, there have been areas of change within the HHA since Mr. Nott's assessment in June 2022. Some dwellings that contributed to the heritage significance of the area have been demolished. It is clear from the site visits that the proposed HHAs are vulnerable to change. There is the opportunity to act now to identify and protect significant 20th century areas in Hamilton from demolition or unsympathetic development. That's something that I feel very, very strongly about. I'll also turn to my rebuttal evidence. It's a bit more lengthy than I had hoped, so I might just summarise, if I can, the key points for you.
Yeah.
So my response was to Mr. Brown on behalf of Kiringa I just wanted to clarify there in, I think it's paragraph 6 to 9, Mr. Brown seemed to be, to think that I might have been doubtful of Mr. Nott's approach. I just wanted to make it very clear that the work that I did was to identify and verify, so we were testing Mr. Nott's work there. It wasn't a question that I doubted Mr. Nott at all.
You might not.
And then just move on to paragraph 11. One of my instructions from HCC for undertaking the peer review was to consider Mr. Nott's approach in the light of international best practice. As a heritage professional with heritage training undertaken in the UK, I reckon the gravitas and high standing of the advice provided by Historic England as an executive non-departmental public body of the British government and its reflection of global best practice. When I considered this aspect of heritage best practice by Historic England, I did not disregard the historic heritage criteria set out in the Waikato Regional Policy Statement or Operative District Plan. I reviewed it and found a level of consistency and a level of redundancy or inapplicability. For example, looking at Table 10.1, in relation to heritage qualities, identifies archaeological qualities which relate to places and areas, but information is gained through archaeological methods and protection through the Archaeological Association Site Record Scheme or Historic Places Act 1993, now the HBT Act 2014. Architectural qualities relate specifically to a building or structure, although by extension could be applied to an area. I note that Mr. Brown has expressed a similar view at his paragraph 5.4. Cultural qualities relate to a place or area and may on some occasions be relevant to an HHA. Their identity is described as a context for community identity or sense of place and provides evidence of cultural or historical continuity. Historic qualities relate to associative value and historic pattern, both of which are very relevant to HHAs. Scientific and technological qualities refer to areas, although the application of these qualities is not likely to be commonplace or widespread in areas across the urban environment of the region. According to what I see as being the greatest application to heritage areas is the criteria of historic quality and architectural quality. There is redundancy in my view in typically applying archaeological, cultural, scientific and technological qualities in the evaluation of HHAs, particularly in an urban environment such as Hamilton City. While the specific phrases adopted in the WRPS assessment criteria have not been adopted in my peer review, the qualities listed are sufficiently broad to be considered to have application. For example, in my review of the proposed Arcadia Crescent HHA, I considered the majority of the dwellings had a distinctive 1960s style, with architectural elements promoted in plan books, including integral garages and other aesthetic features, qualities expressed under architectural qualities in Table 10.1. I view Mr. Nott's approach to the identification of the potential PC9HAs as focused on historic pattern and associative value, which my peer review has reaffirmed by testing the heritage themes or development periods of the sample of 8. It also references architectural qualities. Having identified these areas following international best practice, Mr. Knott's report then evaluates or scores them to identify those that have a high degree of representativeness or consistency to arrive at a selection of proposed HHAs that have been tested via both the RPS and international best practice. As Mr. Brown affirms in paragraph 4.28, HCC has taken note of those proposed HHAs in my peer review about which I raised a concern and followed my recommendation to modify, namely Anglesey Street and Jameson Crescent. Then I'll move on the evidence of Dr. McEwen for Cathay Pacifica and Scott Bignell. It's quite lengthy, but I'll just note there, paragraph 21 and paragraph 7 are both briefs of evidence. Dr. McEwen states that she has a fundamental problem with the identification of any and all of the proposed HHAs. Dr. McEwen feels that HCC has adopted a new set of assessment criteria that are not in keeping with best practice and do not give effect to the RMA, Waikato Regional Policy Statement or the Hamilton District Plan. And then in the next paragraphs, I explain, go back to what I said earlier, where I don't believe that is true. In paragraph 23, and it's an important one to me, as a heritage specialist involved on a day-to-day basis in applying real-life heritage projects to lists of criteria, rules and regulations, I'm cautious of a one-size-fits-all approach to heritage buildings, areas and structures. I see the criterion that need to be applied to HHAs as being a refinement or a modification of those applied to individual heritage buildings and structures. In an urban area, they need to be relevant to reflect a wider theme or phase of development of a city or town than an individual circumstance, a design idea, technology or event that creates a single historic heritage building or structure. And then the last bit was Dr. McEwen had brought in the Heritage New Zealand assessment criteria, which I just noted at the bottom of 26, that's guidance for Heritage New Zealand staff. So I was unsure why that had come into the equation. But I thought there were a couple of very useful parts of it. It's a good document to read anyway about heritage significance, but I just noted in paragraph 28 there, on page 6, it says the threshold for the inclusion of historic places or areas on the list is the ability to demonstrate significance or value under one or more of the following criteria: aesthetic, archaeological, architectural, cultural, historical, scientific, social, spiritual, technological or traditional. Most historic places and areas reflect values under several of these criteria, but each criterion assigned to a historic place or area must be clearly supported by evidence to show that it meets the threshold for significance. Care needs to be taken to avoid ascribing value under too many criteria, in brackets, unless the threshold is met in each case, as this can dilute the case for significance. And then the final one, just under part B of that one there, page 7, factors or threshold indicators such as authenticity, integrity, representativeness, rarity, intactness, strength of connection and age are also relevant in establishing how significant a historic place or area is. This page then goes on to explain and define authenticity, integrity, representativeness, rarity and intactness. These clearly relate to the threshold indicators or scoring that Mr. Knott has included in his evaluation of proposed HHAs and show that his approach in this respect is in line with that of Heritage New Zealand. My conclusion, just to finish there, the primary concern from a methodology perspective that I see raised in the evidence of Mr. Brown and Dr. McEwen is that Mr. Knott's approach has not followed the RMA, WRPS and ODP. I consider that his methodology is in line with these documents and that the arguments are just founded in different words, albeit with similar meanings. I also consider Mr. Knott's methodology has cut through some of the criteria that have no particular relevance to the evaluation of the proposed Hamilton City HHAs. It appears that Mr Brown has some sympathy with this view. And I think that simplification is a positive outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Miller. Dave.
Yes, Mr Miller, in your international work everywhere, how much, in terms of recognising heritage, how much does the criteria differ? And to what extent does the application of criteria, even if they're comparing cities within the same country or legislative area, how much does that vary? Like, say, between different cities in New Zealand, would you expect to find the application of the criteria to be identifying HHAs that might not be recognised in another city? Does it vary like that, or is it very consistent so that as I drove through an area in a town in New Zealand, and I'd say, oh, this is obviously an HHA, or if I was told it was an HHA and I was driving through it, I'd be thinking, well, this doesn't quite seem to match up with what I know as an HHA somewhere else.
Yeah. So my, let's call it international experiences, that I was obviously trained from the UK originally, and I came here in 2010. Part of the work that I did in the UK was conservation areas, as HHAs are called there. Work for, particularly one of the practices that I've worked for, and worked in different parts of Staffordshire and London. I think that there it's identified, I think it's section 69 of the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990 that specifically identifies the need for councils and the Secretary of State to identify and protect, it calls them areas of special architectural and historic interest. So it's already defined areas for those primary values relating to areas as being architectural and historic interest, which sort of brings me back to what I was saying in my evidence.
That's your paragraph 14.
Yeah, that not all values that are attributable are going to be attributable to an area. So that's my first part of your question. I also think that I hate to say this, but the UK in heritage terms has a lot more experience than we have here. It's maybe had possibly now 50 years worth of experience of conservation areas, and what has worked and what hasn't. I think that there's a much greater recognition, and I think that's one of the key aspects of why it was important to look at international best practice, is first of all the recognition of the value of 20th century heritage, and that is something which certainly the UK is well ahead of New Zealand. They're looking at readily recognising up to, say, 1980s architecture and the value of it. There's even, there are groups in the UK now, such as the 20th Century Society, which actually advocates for 20th century architecture. We haven't quite got to that stage yet in New Zealand. I do quite a lot of work in Dunedin, so I have an office there, and certainly there's a feeling at the moment that the Dunedin city's 20th century architecture needs to be identified and protected, and that's right through. I was at a meeting back in, I think it was sort of November, when there was a whole list of potential buildings and areas in the city from through the 30s, the 50s into the 80s, which are of value to the development and the heritage values of Dunedin city. So I don't think that I can answer your question so much about one could you recognise same areas within, or HIAs within the same different areas within the country? But I think we're on a cusp, if you like, of a recognition of 20th century architecture and its value to New Zealand towns and cities at the moment. A lot of the HHAs, I think, are, the ones that exist are much older ones, but there's definitely a movement, and it's a movement which is an international practice movement to identify later 20th century heritage.
Right. Yeah, it seems to me that there's, in bigger cities, where you get a lot more development happening quickly over a confined period of time, that then results in having quite a dense area, if you like, of heritage, you know, a whole street of villas, for example. In a smaller place, because development isn't so, it doesn't happen so quickly or all at once, that tends to be more diluted, so the same length of street might have 2 or 3 villas, and then other lots get developed a bit later, so you get that sort of dilution. But that's why I'm thinking sort of like, how different is it going to be between the application of the same criteria, if you like, that different authorities will come up with, you know, a result for an HHA that doesn't really match between cities, but it doesn't make it wrong.
No, and I guess that's where it's the correct identification of significance that comes in, because you need to look at what's significance to that particular town or that particular city in its development.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So in your evidence, you talk about having reviewed 8 of the HHAs. Just wondering why 8 and how were they chosen?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm sorry, I really don't know. We were
you
told,
given the ones
Yes.
to review? So you
Yep.
you didn't select them. You were
No,
told to.
No,
these.
and it was one of the things, I think I said it somewhere, but I was actually quite happy that we weren't being asked to select them, because it sort of takes out an element of bias that I couldn't pick the easy ones, or
Well, it takes out the bias from you, it doesn't take out the bias.
but no, it was purely we were given this list and told, go look at these.
Okay. So since the time that you've undertaken that review, you haven't subsequently reviewed the other
No.
HHAs. So I guess my question is, given that of the 8 you reviewed, you found 2 that don't support
Yep.
HHAs, isn't there a chance that of the ones you haven't reviewed, there will be others that you wouldn't end up supporting?
That is something that has crossed my mind. But no, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not possible at all, but what I'm saying is that the process that we went through with what I thought was a very robust process was then adopted by Mr. Knott to go through and look at the rest of the HHAs. So I think we brought in a sort of standard which then he's applied to the rest of them, and I believe, I'm not sure on this, but I believe 1 or 2 others have come out for various other reasons. So to me that sounds like that there has been that judgment, if you like, but that's maybe a question for Mr. Knott.
Okay, thank you. You would have heard the question I put to Dr. Gu just before about whether we had sufficient information to make a decision, and he referred to, I think, potentially further information around the subdivisions. And then obviously in submissions, we've had some submissions saying that there needs to be further information to support these historic heritage areas. I think in particular there was a call for a heritage landscape assessment to be done, which hasn't been done. In your professional opinion, have we got enough information about these areas to be satisfied that these are, in fact, the best examples, the only examples of those meeting the criteria, or do we need some more information?
No, I think you have enough now.
Okay. So there's nothing else that you think that we need, including the subdivision material that Dr. Gu referred to?
I think to make an assessment on historic heritage areas, you know, again, I come back to the identification of them and what their values are. And, you know, it was very clear to me when I went and walked around the ones that I looked at, you know, they are historic heritage areas to me. And I think that a competent planner, as Mr. McDonough he said, that, you know, should be able to make that assessment against what information there is now. I think there is that level of information available.
And just given your work that you mentioned, you've done some work in other areas of the country, particularly Dunedin, do you know whether or not other councils have adopted this concept of a historic heritage area?
I believe there are at the moment. We did tender for a similar identification with another council on the South Island.
Okay.
We didn't get the job, but it's definitely things that other councils are looking at, yes.
So looking at, but not necessarily in place?
No, I don't know. I think that one would be probably currently being assessed at the moment.
Okay. And just in terms of one of the other, I guess, criticisms that's come through in the submissions has been that there's been an assessment of sort of an area, but not a site-by-site specific assessment of every property within a particular proposed HHA. Is that necessary? Like, what's your view? Do we need a specific site-by-site assessment?
I don't believe you do.
No. Okay. And
Sorry. How then do you define the edges?
Sorry.
How do you define the edges if you don't do a site? At least 4 sites anyway. Because not all of the HHAs that we've got in front of us are bounded by roads, which would be the other option, of course.
On the ones that we looked at, we suggested some amendments to the boundaries, and those were, you know, what I was quite happy with. And I believe that same process has gone through to identify the boundaries for all the others at the moment. But in terms of, I don't believe that you need to have an assessment of every individual building within an area. You know, to say who lived in it and all of those things. I think that it makes then assessment extremely complicated, because if you're trying to make an assessment as to whether a change in one particular building is right or wrong, and then you have to work your way through all of the people who lived in all of those houses, and is that relevant to what you're doing? It just makes it so much more complicated. And that's what I say in my evidence. I think that there's definitely a tendency with some heritage experts to want to understand everything. But it comes down to, you need to make your assessment on significance, and you can have a complete understanding of everything, but you need to draw out what's actually significance, because that is what you're making your assessment against. And I think that what's been done is enough to make that significance assessment.
But if that significance isn't dependent upon, well, slightly different question. I don't think, did you, in your assessment, did you use Mr. Knott's consistency criterion as part of it? So I didn't think you did.
We reviewed it.
Yeah, but you didn't apply them. I mean, I'm just curious. You put a lot of emphasis on historic and architectural issues, and a number of the criteria in Mr. Knott's assessment are really neither.
No, but those are the testing criteria. So once you've identified, say, architectural value.
So what would you use if you were going to assess historic, for example? What would be the criteria that you would use to establish significance on historic grounds?
That would be your development period, the place of that development in the history of the city, the reason behind it being there.
And then you move to architectural.
And then architectural.
And does that include, when you use the word architectural, are you referring to more than simply the buildings?
buildings, and then of the period, the other design features. So you might look at 1960s buildings might have always been set back from the street frontage.
So you're using position on site?
Yeah, and all of those things, and then, as I say, your testing criteria is the one that Mr. Knott used was then looking at the consistency throughout the area.
So when you come to things like the road, the streetscape, the berm widths, that sort of, is that part of yours? Is what you would
yes,
typically have done?
That's your. That's what we looked at as well. Yeah.
Some other questions later on for, I think, for staff on the issue of there's no controls that I can see on public realm issues, which I'm quite interested in hearing something about, but that's fine. Go back to you, Vicky.
And just my final question was that the development periods here sort of finish at the late 70s, and I heard you refer just before to Dunedin, and there being some important heritage down there in the 80s. Do you agree with the development periods and the cut-off with the in the late 70s?
Yes, I'm quite happy with those.
For the context of Hamilton?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Miller, thank you. Very brief question, just regarding historically in the operative district plan, we've had special character zones, special heritage zone, and the move towards HAAs are a replacement process. How do you differentiate all of those? How do you draw a distinction between what was a special character zone and the move to an HHA?
I'm not sure I can answer that question because I'm not really familiar with the previous zones and how all of that worked and their sort of rationality and that sort of thing.
Right.
So
I'll ask it of Mr. Knott.
yeah,
Thank you.
He'd be better placed.
Just one more question from me too, Mr. Miller. When you're undertaking heritage impact assessments, which I understand you do, day-to-day work, apart from, I guess, using first principles, have you found district plans have good criteria for helping you undertake that assessment?
District plans, they do vary considerably. In my own sort of the closest councils to my area, which is Arrowtown, you have got some big differences. It's generally whether they've gone through their second generation plan change. There are definitely some of the older plans are very difficult to do assessments under, and they have assessment matters which are not really related to good heritage practice these days. And I'm talking about individual buildings, for example. They might say something like the extent to which the proposed change affects the front elevation or something like that, and we're sort of like well past that point in time when we thought it was just the front of the building that was of heritage value.
Any good examples you can
Of
any good examples of criteria you can point to?
I think that QLDC has a generally good chapter these days.
Right.
Dunedin City, its second generation plan is very good. They've gone a long way to look at other aspects of matters affecting heritage.
Sorry, which was the second one?
Dunedin City.
Right. Okay.
Things like seismic issues and all of those. But I think that it is throughout the district plan process at the moment. We are really growing and developing our ideas.
Bit of a
about
work in
heritage.
progress.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just a final one from me, Mr. Miller. Just in terms of the provisions that are being proposed for the heritage impact assessment and what they should include, have you had a look at that to see whether or not you...
No.
Okay. I mean, I mean, the inclusion elements are quite broad. I just wonder whether you would actually favour something a little bit more targeted.
That's something that I wasn't asked to look at in my peer review.
Hey.
It's probably that's a question for Mr. Knott.
He's saying thank you very much, I can tell that. Yes. Right, all right. I think we're done for the moment. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Knott, you confirm your full name is Richard John Knott, and you have produced a statement of evidence dated the 14th of April and a statement of rebuttal dated the 12th of May. Roll of this proceeding.
Yes, that's correct.
Just have you read from your executive summary.
All right, welcome, Mr. Knott.
Yes, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. And I was also glad to hear that the QLDC plan is a good example, so I was involved with the working with the council following the appeals to that.
That was only his opinion, I should add.
I'm sure I've heard it from other people. Yeah, if I may initially just run through my summary statement on my evidence in chief, which starts at 12. Paragraph 12. What I was going to do is I've put some notes alongside that, which actually, where there's things mentioned in my rebuttal that relate to that, but I'm just thinking jumping between the two may not work for you.
Jump away. I mean,
you're happy for me to do
you've
that?
heard some of our questions, so I mean,
Yeah.
just go off script.
Okay, will do.
As well. Yeah.
And before I forget, just to confirm the maps, the intention with the maps is that there will be one set of district plan maps which include the HHA maps on them, so we don't get in a situation where, for instance, in Auckland, the statements for the special character areas and the HHAs have their own maps, but the boundaries shown there don't always coincide with what's shown on the official GIS viewer, because often the street is included within the boundary on the printed one, as it were, within the statement, but the street isn't included within the area on the GIS. So the idea was that the information in that on the maps here gets transferred into the official district plan maps, and there's just one map.
So there will be an overlay on the
Yeah,
maps.
that's right. So we're not in a situation where there's any confusion as to which map you're meant to be looking at. There's one district plan map, and that has that relevant overlay shown on it. So sorry, just to confirm that at the start. So starting at paragraph 12, just to confirm my evidence, I've avoided repetition where possible of matters addressed in my original report and addendum, and have focused my response to matters raised in submissions and matters remaining outstanding following the expert conferencing. So I think that paragraph 13 is an important one, I think, and at all times the need to identify whether a street or area as a whole is representative of a heritage theme or development period now, which has historic heritage significance to the city, was the key purpose of my original assessments contained within my original report. The main purpose of the consistency criteria contained within my original report was a filtering exercise to objectively dismiss the majority of streets and to ensure that only those streets which best displayed the physical and visual qualities of the identified heritage theme or development period moved forward as a potential HHA. So it's really very much a filtering
And can I
exercise.
just check you on that one? You've used the term which best displayed. Do we take from that there are others that display them but are not quite best? I mean, obviously not in the back of my mind, at the front of my mind is the issue of 6F and whether in actual fact it passes that particular drafting gate, regardless of the fact it's not best.
Yeah. So I think that's right. From one extreme, you start at the position that we've heard in some of the submitter evidence, which says that, well, everything within that development period could therefore be classed as an HHA, through to the position that I believe I've got to, which is identifying the very best remaining examples from a particular development period. And when I say very best, I mean clearly the development periods have some characteristic features in terms of, you know, in terms of urban morphology, street layout and block layout and all of those things. And, you know, you will see within the summary of those within that are now within the plan, we talk about block layout, etc. of each of those. And clearly, you know, for instance, there's been quite a long time that's extended since those areas were developed and there's been change. And so something may have been a fantastic example of development when it was built, but because every homeowner's built a garage right up against their front boundary, 2 metre high fence on the front boundary, and made alterations to their house, clearly it's moved away from what it originally was. So I suppose in a way, the consistency criteria is sought to identify in a quick and easy way, and I say that sort of slightly tongue-in-cheek because it was, as you would have read, equivalent of 18 full days on site plus lighting it up, but in a quick and easy way to dismiss those areas which may have once been good, or perhaps were never good, just to leave the very best, clearest, or what appeared to be at that stage, the clearest examples of development at that development period, if that makes sense. So it was a sifting exercise to narrow down what we looked at.
So just remind us, how many examples did you take into your representativeness screen, and then how many dropped out, and then obviously the rest, whatever it was, the 32 actually dropped out of that. How many did you discard once you started thinking about the consistency criteria?
So in terms of the consistency criteria, that's appended to the back of my original report. So you will see.
I wasn't wanting to read it. That's why I'm
no.
asking you the question.
So I don't have the figure, but just in terms of what I dismissed, you know, there's significantly more. You know, there's sort of 90% plus or 95%.
That's what I'm wondering.
I don't know the figure, and I was given the figure some time ago.
Presumably in your notebook, you've got lists of those that, in actual fact, you dismissed. It would be good to know just how many, you know, just roughly how many sort of failed to actually make the cut in terms of, you know, good, better, best.
Yeah. So in terms of what was dismissed, just in sheer paper terms, we have that was dismissed, and something much thinner. The difficulty is something that you know that was included. So the difficulty is in terms of just counting it line by line. In many cases, where an area, I probably grouped streets more in those that I dismissed through this process because I went from one street to the next and turned the corner, and they were all so similar that I scored them as one. If that makes sense. So actually, you know, what I've just shown you isn't a representative of really how much we dismissed of the city as a whole. And it was done visiting street by street, scored by street or group of streets or block, depending upon how consistent it was. And that doesn't really answer the question in terms of giving you a figure.
No.
But I think the important thing from my perspective is the fact that having gone through the Lifescapes report, for instance, that was wasn't based upon site visits, it was based upon Street View. And if you read it, it was actually using Google information and assessments made upon that. But from my experience, that doesn't ever give you a true appreciation of an area, and clearly it's to an extent out of date, but reasonably up to date, but not at that moment in time. So I chose to just visit every street that contained a majority of pre-1980 development.
So can I ask a question on that point? So did you physically describe how you would analyse a street?
So
Park your car?
Part of the car, or potentially just
What
walk
did you
to
have for breakfast?
No, I don't mean that.
Yeah, I can't remember. But so walk to the street or park the car, walked up and down. I was for the first the project morphed slightly because I started looking at 4 areas that the council were considering for area plans, and I'm sure you've heard the story in terms of area plans. So I visited each of those and took photographs in each street then. when it actually got extended to be citywide, I realised that actually taking photographs actually tripled the amount of time that I spent in each street. So I actually didn't take as many photographs in the second half of the project, but actually visited every street, made notes about what I saw on the street in terms of those things which most of all related to consistency criteria and in relation to whether it felt that it fell within a particular theme, based upon my knowledge of those themes and pulling upon my experience. And then the scoring that you see in the back of my original report was actually clearly done back in my office because it was just too difficult again to do that in the car whilst you sat there, and you needed to make best use of daylight, you know, rather than sitting there filling in a spreadsheet in the car. So I took notes. I have notes for, you know, a few notes for every street was sufficient for me to then carry out that analysis.
And in
back in the
those
office.
notes, would you write houses that didn't meet the criteria or weren't consistent
It
with
was
the theme?
not specific houses, no, because I think from my perspective, we are looking at areas and its consistency of area, and within those, inevitably there will be, you know, there could be specific pieces of land that, or in the way it's developed, or a particular lot that doesn't fit with the theme, but equally it comes down to whether or not that's sort of overwhelming, as it were. So as by way of example, in terms of the, I think it was Marama Street, which was in as an area, during the process of the plan change going out, there was, I think, 2 certificates of compliance granted and demolition of 2 units. Clearly, looking at that afresh, clearly that loss or potential loss overwhelmed, as it were, the significance of the and previous consistency of the street. So, you know, and again, looking at Hamilton East, for example, you would have seen from the statement, clearly Hamilton East, you know, started off as very large lots in a very large sort of super grid, and they've been subdivided over time, both on frontages and within the blocks. So clearly there's not absolute consistency in terms of architecture because it's developed over the past 100 years. But still, the strength of those, the block feature and the layout, and the strength of the and impact of the older buildings within that area still hold it together, notwithstanding that change. And equally, equally that sort of infill also tells a story of that area. So in that instance, change is also important because it's the way it's evolved and the way it illustrates that evolution of that part of the city.
Thank you.
So paragraph 14, so as you've heard, since preparing my original report, I've had additional peer review from the experts you've already heard from. And in 15, just to confirm, I accept Dr. Gu's recommendation. There's benefits of moving from heritage things through to development periods. And I think that the real important about this, it is about the spatial structuring. The development periods are intended to talk about urban morphology, which is all about, I suppose in a way, it is that subdivision pattern and the way the city's grown, and how it's very clear, if you look at a map, that you can identify those areas just from the street layouts to an extent that fall from each development period. So it's not just about architecture, it's very much more about the development of those areas as a whole. I also accept Mr. Miller's view regarding the research being very broad, and you'll recall from what you've seen that originally we had a description of the evolution of Hamilton itself, and we sort of used that to support the approach that was being taken, but we actually have dropped in much more detailed descriptions and statements for each HHA into Appendix 8D. Paragraph 17, I've presented a revised 2-stage methodology for the identification and assessment of HHAs to be included in Appendix 8. And this has that further detail, that further stage of detailed research into the proposed HHAs to confirm the historic heritage significance to the development of the city. So that's
You
really
heard
backfilled that
you heard my
information.
earlier question on that one. Did you have a different view as to what the purpose of including that in the appendix was? Was it simply as a description and a record of what you'd done, or was it to signal how future HHAs, and I'm assuming that future HHAs will go both ways. Some will be taken out, as Dr. Gu has indicated, and presumably some will come in.
And we would hope clearly that they won't be taken out if we've got the rules right in the plan and the controls right. But
I don't think Dr. Gu shares your enthusiasm in that.
But I think yes, they could be used again. But I would think going through the process that we've been through now, there's unlikely to be many added unless at some time in the future you move the 1980 pre-80 date forward. And if you start to decide, yes, developments, we should start looking at developments that were built in the 80s, clearly you could add some, because I'm not sure that even with the expansion of the city, you're likely to be taking in much. Thinking about what's around the outside of the city that may be expanded onto, I don't think there's anything there that you'd necessarily think would be a potential
Go back
HHA.
to my earlier question about best. I mean, I'm assuming that some of those that might not have qualified for best now, if they didn't change terribly much over the next 20 years, may well then come into eligibility as we move forward, and others change. I mean, I accept that HHAs are fluid. They have to be fluid.
Yeah, I mean that may be the case. I think it's difficult to predict, but at this moment in time, I'm content that we've got the best that's there, and it was really included, I think, from my perspective, to set out the process we had ended up going through and to summarise it in one place, which I think is important.
Yeah.
But yes, it could potentially be used moving forward as well.
Sorry.
No.
I'm assuming also that there is there's no industry standard at this point. There's no New Zealand Heritage Assessment standard at this point in time that hasn't been codified by professionals working in the area. Right?
No, there's not for buildings or areas, and that is, looking at that whole issue around Appendix 10A, or sorry, I forget the new name of Appendix 10A.
7.
Yes, thank you. Looking at that, then you start to look at various district plans across the Waikato. Sometimes you think that, yes, are they reflecting 10A or not, because they have clearly the same words, but they're straight from the Act anyway. So I don't think that's universally been dropped down into all of the district plans, for instance. So even within the region, there's not consistency. And clearly, from my perspective, having sort of worked half my career in the UK doing this, clearly it's so much simpler because you've just got a set of criteria in a specific act that you're working to. And for conservation areas, which is the equivalent of HHAs, as Mr. Miller said, it really is about architecture and history. And it's very clear because that's what the Act is telling you, and unfortunately we don't have that clarity.
I think it's fortunate that we don't have such clarity.
Depends which way you're looking from. Just to sort of pick up a point there, really in paragraph 11, if I may just leap over to my rebuttal, it's important to me to remember that the purpose of HHAs isn't to identify individual buildings, but to identify areas which are representative of the development periods. And the individual buildings themselves don't necessarily have historic interest in their own right. It is the area as a whole that has historic interest, and I believe it's entirely legitimate that you may not have any individually recognised buildings within an area. That doesn't in any way, from my view, undermine the area as a whole. So I think the development period approach, given that, is entirely appropriate. Paragraph 19. In relation to matters raised at expert conferencing, I confirm that I found both the original methodology and the revised methodology are both suitable for the assessment of both residential and commercial areas. That was a specific question raised. And
So
then
you're back on your evidence in chief.
Oh, sorry, evidence in chief. Yeah, sorry, 19.
Clarify that. For
Yeah,
me.
just
Sorry,
going-
because I'm jumping between.
No, sorry
screens.
about that. Yeah, but I'll try not to do it too much. Then paragraph 20 of my evidence in chief. In relation to my previous assessments, I'm content that it isn't necessary to reassess all of the streets not previously recommended, because having looked through those, in light of the revised methodology, I don't believe they display consistency in the physical and visual qualities that are representative of the new identified development periods. So I've just put all those to one side. Since preparing my original report, Mr. Miller's completed research for some of the proposed HHAs as part of his peer review, and I've completed additional research for each of the others and presented a statement for all of these. These are presented in the updated Appendix 8D as recommended in this Section 42A report, and this also includes both Claudelands Commercial HHA and the Frankton Commerce Street HHA, which have each been recommended as HHAs following submissions, and we addressed that issue earlier about the scope issue in relation to making sure that owners within those areas were aware of that. Sorry, 22 I don't think we need to cover. Just to confirm, in 23 from the original report as set out in my addendum, Marama Street, Oxford Street West, Anglesey Street and Jameson Avenue have all been removed, and that responds both to submissions and also Mr. Miller's peer review, and so there's now a total of 29 HHAs recommended, which I think Mr. Muldowney went through with you earlier, and you have the maps for those in attachment 2. So, in addition, I've prepared updated district plan chapters and appendices in line with the above updates, and to respond to other matters raised in submissions. These have also been included in the 42A report, and I support that drafting for inclusion within the PC9 provisions. So that's really the end of my summary. The other issue I wanted to cover off with you was the issue of fences, which is covered in paragraph 59 of my rebuttal evidence. So, paragraph 59 of the rebuttal, Mr. Brown suggests that fences up to 1.2 metres forward of the building line should be permitted activity in all HHAs, as this can maintain the values of the HHAs. I consider this broad brush statement ignores the specific historic heritage values of the individual HHAs as established in the statements in Appendix 8D, so that's the amended statements. Based upon my experience working in historic heritage and urban design, I've identified in the revised 8D that open frontages are a significant historic heritage feature of a number of HHAs. The erection of any fence along the front site boundary would have a significant effect on the recognised values of these HHAs. It's therefore important if these HHAs are to be protected from inappropriate development, there is control over new fences forward of the buildings in these areas. The revised Rule 19.3.2H has therefore been prepared to address this issue and has been drafted to apply only to those HHAs where existing frontages make a contribution. So it's been specifically written so that if there's an open frontage currently, or open frontages are generally seen within an HHA, and that is a specific value, you would need consent for any new fence along those frontages. Otherwise, the general district plan rules would apply. In effect, you could build a low fence without consent.
As you know, there are a number of submissions from people who are concerned about dogs and people and all sorts of things coming onto the property and generally creating a nuisance for themselves. Is it your assessment that if those people made an application on those grounds, that would be a ground for granting a fence?
I don't think the relevant assessment criteria discusses dogs or anything, and I have to speak as a dog owner who has an open plan frontage and is therefore built.
Not even dogs, small children children running out onto the street and so on. I mean, perfectly understandable family concerns. And I guess the question is, from your point of view, looking at the criteria that you're proposing, would those people have a prospect of a successful application for enclosure?
I really think it would have to depend upon the circumstances of the particular case, and so it's difficult to give an answer to that. But that said, the majority of the HHAs cover what is now family housing, and those family houses have existed for 40 plus years without a fence along the frontage.
I suspect social circumstances have changed in 40 years.
But I think at the end of the day, all that I can say is that in those specific HHAs, it is very much a value of those HHAs because the open frontages contributes to the historic significance of those areas. Mm-hmm. And therefore I think it's appropriate that consent is required. But I don't think I'm in a position to comment on with any certainty whether a consent would be granted because it comes down to so many other factors. Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not asking you to comment on a particular one, but I mean, generally, are the provisions and so on so constructed that being an essential element of it is captured so that, in actual fact, it is unlikely that a consent would get approved if they're so important to the essential nature of the HHA. I mean, that's a matter that obviously we're interested in, and set aside whether we think it's a good idea or not. The question is,
I mean, it could be that you could have a fence which is of such lightweight appearance that potentially you could still maintain the open plan appearance of that area and with associated planting, for instance. So there may be ways of resolving the issue.
It's a good point.
Or mitigating the effect.
That's a good point because there's no provision that actually prevents people planting.
No, that's right.
And that could serve the same purpose.
Yeah. So one is the ability to plant to serve the same purpose, or secondly, planting and design of the enclosure could actually mitigate the effect.
Yep.
So there would have to be factors that would be considered in the application.
All right.
Sorry, can I just ask a clarification question? Are you saying that in the identified HHAs that there are no properties currently that have fences in that front?
No, there will be examples where there are. There may be one or two where there isn't, and I can't think off the top of my head which ones they are. But that doesn't necessarily, but clearly it's that whole issue. If you may have one odd one out in a street which doesn't impact upon values of the area as a whole, but if everyone has it, it is going to have an impact on the values as a whole. And I know that seems a bit unfair because it might be the second person gets the consent quite easily, but then the third or fourth, it may be more difficult. But I think it comes down to design and other mitigation.
And just from a practicality, are you suggesting that if they had a fence and the fence was no longer robust or fit for purpose, they couldn't replace that fence?
No, I think that's a different circumstance because clearly you've got an existing situation which you can, that's right. That's part of the existing environment.
All right. All right.
That was it actually. That was the last point I wanted to cover for my summary. I don't know there was anything else particular that I wanted to bring through from my.
Just a question that I asked earlier, which is about controls on the public realm, because there don't seem to be any in the provisions that I could know. So there's nothing to stop council doing things with the road or the berms or the.
No.
Was there any thought given to that matter? I mean, utility companies, for example. I mean, you can imagine a whole lot of stuff going in the public realm that actually might not be a good idea from a heritage point of view.
I accept that, but equally, I sort of toyed with this and grappled with it a bit, and ultimately, probably the worst, well, I suppose one of the things that struck me going around Hamilton to every pre-1980 street that was notwithstanding the quality of the street, the council has, over time, put a significant amount of effort into street tree planting, for instance. So I was quite taken by how many streets had quite recent street tree planting too within Hamilton. So from the point of view of maintenance of the public realm, I didn't actually feel that it was a major issue because council's clearly proven itself over the past X years that it does maintain the quality of the streets and the street tree planting, etc. It's not like you're going down streets and seeing that all the trees have disappeared. It was the exact opposite of that. So I didn't actually see that as a major issue. In terms of utilities, etc., you know, possibly the worst we would get would be
Fibre.
so-
Fibre.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's right. And equally, you know, in the area that I live, the local electricity company's gone out and they've put massive transformers everywhere.
Yeah.
They seem to be going everywhere. And I guess with the move towards electric vehicles, etc., we're going to see more and more of that. But equally, whilst those were features which I felt were disappointing to see in the street, I didn't actually feel that it was enough of an issue to necessarily feel that we had to have controls to tackle things such as that. They're an everyday part of modern society, and we probably just have to accept them. So, while I was thinking about what happened in the street, I wasn't overly worried.
I think cabinets are a permitted activity, aren't they, under national standard anyway, so...
Yeah, I think there was a whole debate between myself and the 42A officers as to where that sat. So, yeah, I mean, it wasn't a case that we felt that we should try and restrict that further. So ultimately, yes, I think the streets are an important part of it, but not something that given their you know, effectively controlled by the council, anything that we needed to be too worried about.
I think the important thing that you're telling us is that you considered it and decided it wasn't necessary.
Definitely.
Right. Any questions?
Yes. So in your evidence, you say at one point that you visited all of the pre-1980s streets with pre-1980s development. Just wondering, how were those streets developed? How was that list of streets developed? Was that just given to you, or did you go and check that the streets you were given were all pre-1980s development?
No, there was a map given to me, which is in a report somewhere. There is it's actually now out of date, but it's appendix 4 to the addendum report, I think. Unfortunately, I printed mine in black and white, which is really unhelpful. But I think it's appendix...
Is that the map with the blue and the orange and the green?
It should be sort of orangey and greeny colours, yeah. Appendix 4, building age data, it's headed Appendix 4 to the addendum. So literally based on that.
Yeah,
I did have some other versions of that, which, I know this one has got the streets in. Really unhelpfully on site, I had a version of it which didn't actually have the streets shown, it just had the colours. But I based it up on that and then double checked afterwards that I'd visited. So if I looked at a street and saw that there was only 2 or 3 pre-80 buildings and all the others were newer than that, or gaps in that map, because I think it only went up to 1980, I didn't bother visiting basically because clearly there was not a majority.
Okay.
So it was just based upon that data.
Okay, thank you. And then the question that I put to Mr. Miller about the 8, did you select the 8 for Mr. Miller to do the peer review, or?
Myself with HCC staff, and it was chosen one. It was really 25% sample effectively of the 32 that were there, so it was a 25% sample, and it was intended to try and be representative by having a range of ages. Mm-hmm. So there was no more to it than that really. It was just really trying to be as representative as we could, sort of reasonably random, to be fair.
Okay. And then, right. I think in response to the question from the chair before, you talked about there not being a standard for heritage assessment. I'm wondering, is there sort of a general rule of thumb or a minimum number of properties or a size of an area that before it can be identified as an HHA? And what area or number is too small?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was something which we didn't really have a close eye on at the start, because it was very much what we started with in terms of HHAs were driven by the results, as it were, without that size filter. But I think in terms of what happened in terms of Marama and some of the other areas where they certificates of compliance and the demolition sort of brought it, and plus also Mr. Miller's comments, brought it home really that if you had something too small, it didn't take a lot to effectively destroy the values of that HHA. So so there isn't a figure given, but it's really a case of looking at the maps of what we ended up with and thinking in the back of my head, if we get, change on 10% of the sites or whatever, is it going to have an impact on the values to a point at which it destroys the HHA in effect? And it was just that sort of, just going through that process sort of informally, as it were, in my head, rather than being a figure saying it has to be at least this size.
Okay.
But certainly that did come to the forefront following submissions.
So is it reasonable to assume that that it's somewhere between the smallest one that you've given us and 4 sites? Or were some very close? I mean, did you have examples where, other examples where maybe, 6 or 7 lots, but it looked like some would go? Or, I mean, just a sense of, I guess, something a little bit more cogent than your undoubted expertise.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably the smallest physically now is Ashbury Ave, I think.
Yeah.
And Katanach Street, probably the 2 smallest. So they were really, if looking at those, if you had change on 1 or 2 dwellings, would it really negatively impact
So
the
that's
size?
that's 12 lots, basically.
Yeah, so about that. So I don't know how big the other one was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so about 12.
But I guess the other thing is that runs between 2 roads, so the natural boundaries, so I imagine that probably comes into consideration as well. I mean, there's not another 12 which doesn't actually run between 2 roads, for example.
No,
It just stands around.
no.
Just, yeah, all right. Okay.
But I think most of them probably do now. They're reasonably. The Frankton East is a strange one in a way, in that the roads themselves don't connect as such. But equally is a much larger area taken as a whole. And it really is a case that there was, for instance, for Frankton East, there were submissions to say bring in Norton Road. But actually, to me, there's been so much change along Norton Road that you can't bring in that west side of the street, even though it would make a really lovely cohesive area. Looking at consistency, it just doesn't work. So it's all of these things working together, unfortunately.
I had another question just in relation to the scoring
Yes.
and the mechanism used. And I think if they reached 5 out of 7, they went forward. If they didn't, where does the magic number 5 come from? And is that tied to the significance in terms of
It really
section
was
6F?
just pulling upon experience.
Yeah.
To be honest, I mean, I guess one of the things that's sort of been left out the story in a way is that when this project kicked off, we were having regular historic heritage meetings, as it were, with me, the 2 HCC staff which were involved at that stage, and WSP, who were dealing with the individual buildings. So whilst I was developing these ideas in terms of the process and methodology, I was bouncing off those other 5 people who were attending those meetings. So they were bounced around a bit between us, and so that that's sort of 5. So what's that? There's 4 people dealing with historic heritage and a planner, plus me as a historic heritage and expert and planner. Bouncing these ideas around to get to the situation we got to. But of course, that wasn't a formalised process that's recorded as such, but it did take place over a number of weeks. We sort of bounced these things around a bit because we were meeting fortnightly, I think. So yeah, the 5 was sort of partly, my based upon my experience, that was my instinct as to be the appropriate place, and equally based upon trying that and stepping back and reviewing those that we're getting through as well. And I think that's probably stood up reasonably well in terms of then the work we've done subsequently in terms of those more detailed research, as it were, about each. Now, those ones that have got through that gateway, as it were, have stood up quite well in terms of that research, I believe. And
Did you do the
stack up.
sensitivity on the other side? Did you look at what would happen if you took 6 as the threshold, for example, and what the difference between 5 and 6 might be?
Not formally, but equally that was the sort of thing I was looking, as I went through it, I was sort of, when I started using it, I was sort of testing that as to, this is, yeah, it's more a case of looking at the 5s and checking back and seeing whether it felt that they should get through, whether they did seem to be consistent.
And I guess the other question I would have is, I mean, I'm assuming that the architecture and building typology, in actual fact, carried a lot of weight, even if it wasn't actually weighted. I mean, were there any HHAs where that factor failed, but it succeeded on others? I mean, you've indicated that your elements were equally weighted.
Yeah, they were.
I'm just testing whether that's true or not.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Let's have a look. Let's try and remember which column it is. No, there were some where there was variation in architecture and building typology that got through.
Which scored what?
They would have scored. They were 5s, I think. Looking at that, was 5 overall. I mean, it got half a point. You know, it was a bit of a mix.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean,
There's none that were red.
None that were red.
No. So they were sort of, you know, slightly mixed, as it were, but not certainly not.
I mean, just
massively
just
mixed.
give us a sense. Which of your 7 criteria, if you like, were tradable in terms of they didn't meet that, didn't weight so much? I mean, we can go through and I can pick those out. I can do an analysis.
I think from memory they had. Yeah, that's a.
I mean, lot size and layout, for example, are two separate. You've got them as 2 separate criteria. You've got block layout, and you've got lot size, and you've got lot layout. That seems a bit of doubling up on that to me, intuitively.
One was about sort of about the overall grain of the area, I suppose. Lot size. It's about the I suppose, yeah, about grain and that in part things like, you know, the sort of rhythm of the streets, for instance. So if you've got an even lot size, you get this sort of rhythm down the street. That might be a particular feature in it, you know, probably particularly the earlier phases of development. So that's been separated by lot layout, which is more about setbacks and position of buildings. And quite often the thing that things fell down on in terms of lot layout was the significant number of buildings that have got garages built right up against the front boundary, for instance, and so that's actually really disrupted lot layout. So, so for instance, if you go to somewhere like I think it's Rimu Street, there's parts of that the eastern end, of that street, for instance, isn't in because there's some very nice buildings there, but they've all got tall fences and garages at the front and whatever. So the overall values have been quite disrupted by those subsequent changes.
Okay.
So it really was, everything was dealt with quite evenly, because actually, you know, building a garage at the front and putting up a tall fence can have a huge impact upon the values of the area, and the intention with the process was really to try and, you know, narrow down as much as possible. Because
but that example you gave would knock out 2 criteria, presumably. There must have been another 3rd one that was knocked out or something.
There's probably some half points and whatever, yes, without checking through the whole thing.
Yeah. I guess no, I won't go there. No, I won't.
I have a couple.
Yeah, in terms of it really was in recognition that we wanted to, in terms of those initial discussions, narrow down as quickly as possible to those areas which could be representative. And I appreciate it was a reason, the methodology was simple by definition to do
but
that.
I'm also, and I'm not saying this in any sort of pejorative sort of way, but I'm also picking up that that we shouldn't focus too hard on that, because they weren't ruthlessly applied. You were applying more sense and feel in terms of experience than you were actually applying the criteria. Is the reading I'm getting.
Yeah, I think it's. I was pulling on my experience to colour the boxes effectively, and that was just a case of narrowing down, and then what we've done subsequently is look much more rigorously at the areas that we narrowed down to effectively, through the revised methodology, double check that they should have got through the gate, as it were.
Just a question on special character and HHAs. I mean, given your familiarity with what I'd describe as that dual heritage system, under both 6F and 7C, did you give consideration in Hamilton to that? I mean, you talked about the meetings you had along the way and lots of thinking about it. Was that given some consideration?
Yeah, and particularly given the Lifescapes report had sort of considered both effectively. I think that the problem from my perspective is that, and I've got to be a bit careful what I say about this in terms of thinking about what's coming in front of me in Auckland. But
Yes, sorry about that.
No, that's all right. I'm just thinking, I don't know that special character achieves what a lot of people think special character achieves. Because special character, effectively, in terms of the way the courts have considered special character, is very much just about streetscape and contribution to streetscape of building frontages, really, and front yards, and that's pretty much it. But clearly, what we're looking to do with this process is to identify is very much, it is all about historic heritage. It's about recognising those remaining examples of any moment in time in Hamilton's history, as it were, and trying to protect those, so that I recognise that out in the big wide world of Hamilton, there may be a lot of people saying, why are you protecting something that was built in the 70s? But I'm sure in 40 years' time, there will be people saying, thank goodness they protected that development that was built in the 70s. And whilst this is a plan change in its own right, it's been talked about a long time, this plan change. It's begun, I was first involved in 2017, 2018 on work looking at PC9. It's taken a long time to get here, but it has, I think, been encouraged forward by seeing, 12 coming up behind it, effectively, because it seems to me that we're at a crossroads for historic heritage at the moment. Either we decide we're going to protect these areas, or give it 10 years, they may not be there. Because I think the rate of change within areas, well, I suppose the market's changed a bit, but looking at the change in the last 5 years, there was areas which were considered marginal for redevelopment 5 or 6 years ago, which we're now seeing change happening. We will be familiar with areas of Auckland where all of a sudden in the last 2 years there's a huge amount of change taking place, even though the unitary plan's been in place since 16. So I think we're at a moment in time where it's appropriate to do this, because otherwise we might, to be perfectly honest, I don't believe we'd have the chance. Or if we do have the chance, there would have been potentially an awful lot lost.
So I guess the follow-up question is that, given your focus on HHAs, does that mean that there are parts of the city that might have special character within which heritage is a component that have sort of been left behind, if you like?
Yeah, that could be the case. I think the areas that are already, clearly those areas which have the heritage zoning will all be HHAs. I think the majority of those areas which are currently character have been recognised as HHAs, but the boundaries have been tweaked, and they don't necessarily. Many of them are a bit smaller than they were, so they're effectively covered. But that isn't to say that, you know, we have had people put submissions in for areas which don't meet our definition for HHA, but potentially, yes, you could say might be special character. But I think my gut feeling is that I'd rather we had less of the city covered in HHA than more of the city covered in special character, because I don't think putting special character in place is going to actually preserve that for future generations to understand the evolution of the city in the way that what we're suggesting will.
Okay.
So it's a balance, but my focus has been on HHAs rather than special character.
Just in terms of making the cut, I just wondered, there's some inconsistencies here. You've obviously got the provisions of
Yeah,
Section 19.
yeah, not immediately in front of me. Yeah, I will have. Thank you. Great, thanks.
So on page, you've got the numbers at the bottom, page 2 of 20?
No. Sorry, what section are we
So the
on?
provision is, so the new, on about the second page, the new wording for historic heritage areas starts at J.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so down at O, got the words we've already talked about, which is the methodology utilised has been designed to identify those areas which are best remaining examples. So, and then, which is sort of a comparative statement, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then you then ask the question after that, well, they're the best examples, but none of them are actually successful.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Then
Which is an unfortunate wording in
yeah,
looking back, yeah.
And then you go on to say, that is those areas which are at least of least moderate heritage significance.
Yeah.
I just wonder, and if you could flip over 2 or 3 pages to the objective 1922 and the policy that goes with that, 1922C. Now those objectives and policies, they relate to all historic heritage. So
Yes.
1922C says, in relation to all those types, including HHAs, it says outstanding examples of a particular type of historic heritage. And so the wording that's been changed there, the word site or sites has been crossed out, and obviously to cater for the change, historic heritage has been plugged in, but I just wonder whether that policy there is not quite in sync with the words I read out before, which is of least moderate heritage significance, which seems to be a lower bar than outstanding to me.
Yeah, outstanding is interesting, isn't it? Because having not been involved with the buildings, I'm not sure where outstanding sits in terms of what it says about individual buildings either.
So it was written for buildings originally, but the edits have had the effect of applying it to.
That's right. Yeah. No. Sorry, I hadn't turned my mind to that one. No, I think you're right. It is out of step with what we're saying.
Right.
So yes.
Yeah, because I mean, what you've done is what you've done. I think some other people need to think about sort of the plan of this.
Yeah, that's right. I agree. Yes.
Yeah. Just and one last question. On assessment criteria.
Yeah.
And I think there's still some inconsistencies within the heritage records for each of the 29 as to the obviousness of the assessment criteria. For example, if you could go to the Frankton East one, which we were just looking at a minute ago,
So in terms of, are we in 8D?
The statements. For Frankton East, in terms of the applicant or the processing planner in Frankton East, like this is just an example, and I think there probably are others. I struggled, if you could go through Frankton East, number 11.
Yeah.
I struggled to find anything in there that popped out at me and as guidance. There's a lot of historic stuff, but I think in terms of the drafting, I think there just needs to be a check. There's probably things you could pull out of the text, but just...
Bring it sort of forward.
Yeah, because usually it comes in under the heading,
Under the summary, often.
I was going to say it comes in under buildings and streetscape elements.
Okay, yeah.
A lot of them have that sort of heading and then you find a block like list. Yeah. Anyway, I just phrased that.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah.
It's in the background document, the background section.
Thank you.
Yes. Hey, push us for lunch.
Well, we'll keep on. We have a virtual at 1:15, just to be aware.
Okay, wonderful. I don't have too many questions. Just walk me through again any other examples of the methodology you have used currently operating in New Zealand in determining the HHAs. Could you give me some other examples of where that methodology has been used?
No, not as such, because I think we are taking a different approach to elsewhere. I think we're seeking in this, I think, to focus much more on the values of an area as an area. And my experience is that often the historic heritage areas are focused on the values of the buildings, almost individually, and because they happen to be close to each other, they become an area.
So is there any risk in embracing this new premise?
I don't believe so, because I think it's a thorough process which, you know, can withstand.
Can I turn your mind now to the 8 areas you suggested Mr. Miller have a look?
Yes.
And as a result of that review, were there any recommendations reducing the number?
Yeah, Mr. Miller looked at 8, and 2 of those have been removed because they were 2 of the smaller areas.
But simply because of size?
No. I think in terms of yes, size, but also I think in both cases the story, as it were, the historic significance of the areas was perhaps weaker than some others.
So out of the 30 odd that we started with, 33, are you not at all concerned that there could be some that haven't been subject to the review that may have also been more appropriately left out? And had you turned your mind, in light of the fact that analysing 8, there were a few discovered, that you may needed to have reviewed the balance just for certainty to reduce the risk?
No, only in so much as I have reviewed the others, in that Mr. Miller suggested that we needed a greater research about each in terms of its significance, and it was his research into those 2 that were removed which effectively underlined the need to remove them. And so in going through the research on the other remaining areas, I was content that they met the mark.
Thank you. We've heard a little bit about the fact that the Waikato Regional Council was to, in fact, they said, will establish a regional heritage inventory. If that had in fact occurred, would have your role been slightly easier? And is that still, I guess the second limb to the question, is the fact that that hasn't occurred, is that still an area of vulnerability that needs to be resolved?
I don't think so. I'm not sure the formal status that would have if it was. I'm not the best person to answer on the formal status of a regional inventory were it established and formed. I mean, there's still a need to reflect that in a list of buildings and areas in each district plan. So, because the rules are at that level in terms of the control over them, aren't they? So, I'm not sure it represents a real issue for us.
This special character zone that had been at play and still is part of our operative district plan. Obviously, with the change of methodology, that term will sort of be incorporated into HHAs. Why is there the need to do that? Walk me through where you thought there were weaknesses in the current process, and explain to me why the move to an HHA will cure those concerns.
My experience of dealing with special character areas is more Auckland based rather than Hamilton based, dealing with it on a regular basis. The special character is very much about issues of amenity, and I think therefore providing that the amenity is maintained, something can take place, and on that basis you can actually get quite significant change within a special character area, where within a historic heritage area you're in a position of looking to protect historic heritage values, which is something quite different, and therefore I think you're less likely to get the change that you'd otherwise get. So I think historic heritage, and equally, as I said, the whole premise of my work was to identify whether there were areas which should be identified as historic heritage areas. So special character was never really, or wasn't part of my work. It wasn't part of the project. The project was to identify historic heritage areas. It just happens that a number of those, until today or until PC12 goes through, have been identified as special character.
Okay.
You know, the two things sort of running alongside, but don't overlap.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. I think
Sorry, Chair, I've done it again to you.
Right.
I did have one final question, and that was just briefly Mr. Wild's initial critique of your report. We haven't heard from Mr. Wild since that. I'm assuming he's still around. Could you walk me through the criticism and how you believe you've either been able to resolve it or what the outstanding issues still are?
I have to admit, I haven't looked at it since probably June last year, when I was frantically finishing my initial report. So I can't remember. We did make some changes. For instance, we initially had the concept of having two grades, as it were, of historic heritage area. One recognising historic heritage areas which would have been A, which had individual historic heritage buildings within it, and another which was B, which for areas that didn't. And I believe Mr. Wild suggested that it would just be simpler to have one category, so we made that change. I think Mr. Wild raised concerns regarding whether a number of areas should be identified or otherwise within the as historic heritage areas, and I think through the process we've now been through, I'm content we've put that to bed, because I think the further research that we've done has clearly identified the worthiness, as it were, of those areas. So I'm content that we've been through that. More than that, I'm sorry, I don't remember that. I don't actually have a copy of it to hand. I don't remember the other issues he raised, but that was the long and short of it. I think they were the biggest issues, as it were, and I believe we've addressed those.
Thank you. Honestly, no more questions.
All right. I'm just pausing, just waiting to see. Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I think we've had a good round on that matter for the moment, and obviously we're going to be conversing on the theme for the rest of the week. So, and your availability is appreciated. So,
I'm here all week.
Yeah. So that's good. I'm assuming that Dr. Go and Mr. Miller are not.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, all right. I mean, should there be anything that sort of jumps out, we'll get them to you and we'll get some written responses back, so.
Yeah, I've spoken to them both about the need to potentially be available for a Teams dial in if something comes up during the course of the week.
Yes, I mean, we might even do that on Friday afternoon anyway as part of the wrap-up. I mean, who knows, let's look at that option. So both of you might advise whether you would be available if we were going to do that on Friday afternoon, and we'll just see where we get to. But otherwise, we're in a compressed lunch break. So half an hour back at 1:15 for Property Council. I don't know why we're hurrying up for the Property Council, but I'll leave them to explain that. Right, so we're at lunch. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
is it? Oh, Logan Rainey. Oh, yes, not Mr. Mr. Rainey, my apologies.
Oh, no worries. Kia ora. Good afternoon.
Right, we're in your hands. Where you go?
Wonderful. Appreciate it. Kia ora. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Logan Rainey, and I'm here today representing Property Council New Zealand. First off, I'd like to say a big thank you for having me on behalf of Property Council. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. As you may know, Property Council is the leading not-for-profit advocate for New Zealand's most significant industry, property. Property provides a direct contribution to GDP of around 2.8 billion, or 12% of GDP across the Waikato, and employment for just over 18,000 Waikato residents. Here at Property Council, we're really about advocating for the creation and the retention of a well-designed, functional and sustainable built environment. Our general purpose is together shaping cities where communities thrive, and it's a really outward-looking vision that we seek to promote as an organisation. We connect over 10,000 property professionals nationwide and represent the interests of 86 Waikato-based members across the public, private and charitable sectors, including iwi as well. I'm here to really do two things today. That is, first off, make an opening comment around intensification, followed by outlining our concerns around the proposed approach to historic heritage areas. Starting off with a general comment. Hamilton is currently facing challenges around both housing supply and housing affordability. Like other major cities, Hamilton City Council has been required by central government and the National Policy Statement on Urban Development to significantly upzone Hamilton for new housing supply in order to help address these challenges. Here at Property Council, we welcome high quality urban intensification. As our members know, it will help reduce urban sprawl, improve housing supply and affordability, and aid in Hamilton's pathway to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. These outcomes we know are vital for addressing the future needs of Hamilton, and it's vital that Plan Change 9, along with the other plan changes currently underway, helps deliver a cohesive, what we refer to as a cohesive planning environment for Hamilton. That is a planning environment that ensures sufficient development capacity for new housing is ensured. Here at Property Council, we favour approaches that ensure the appropriate balance between the preservation of genuine heritage on one hand and enabling much needed new housing development on the other. In general terms, I'm here to tell you today that we're deeply concerned that Plan Change 9, as it's written currently, strikes the wrong balance between heritage and development. We're also worried at the extent to which Plan Change 9 seeks to circumvent the intent of the NPSUD and prevent much needed urban intensification across Hamilton. If we turn specifically to the proposed approach to historic heritage areas, we've got a few comments for you today. Firstly, Hamilton currently has 5 historic heritage areas: Frankton Railway Village, Hamilton East, Hayes Paddock, Claudelands West and Temple View. We'd say to you that these areas are widely accepted to be of heritage value, and there's broad consensus for using the heritage protection provisions and protections of the Resource Management Act for these particular areas. As a result, in our mind, there are significant but also justifiable restrictions placed on these historical heritage areas in the current district plan. Here at Property Council, we support protection for genuine heritage as it helps contribute to a more livable and vibrant city landscape. However, in our mind, Plan Change 9, as it proposes to expand the number of historic heritage areas across Hamilton from 5 to 37, adding an additional 32 historic heritage areas, strikes the wrong balance. On that basis, we've got 2 specific concerns to share with you today. Our first concern relates to the extent to which Plan Change 9 expands heritage areas in general. 32 additional historic heritage areas is a significant change in approach to heritage across Hamilton and will result in large swathes of the city facing very significant restrictions on building new housing supply. As a flow-on effect, we're worried about the negative impact this will have on Hamilton's development capacity. And as I've said before, we're concerned it's not striking the appropriate balance between preservation of what we'd call genuine historic heritage and enabling critically needed new housing supply. It's worth noting, I think, that many of these proposed new historic heritage areas are located fairly centrally in areas that currently exhibit significant housing demand, that have strong transport links to the central Hamilton, and that have pre-existing infrastructure and amenities. These are areas where, all other things being considered equally, we should be trying to encourage intensification so that we can support housing, climate and transport ambitions across Hamilton. Our second specific concern for you today relates to the methodology used by Hamilton City Council to determine new historic heritage areas. In our view, many of these metrics and methodologies applied by Hamilton City Council are flawed. Got a couple of examples to share with you today. One example is the extent to which what we'd call bog standard 1970s suburban areas are now being proposed as historic heritage areas. If you drive around these areas, or even look at them on Google Maps, you can see a large number of examples of what I call the typical Kiwi brick and tile, which there are thousands of everyday examples in every town and city across New Zealand. To our mind, here at Property Council, that's not the intent. Protecting these brick and tile units is not the intent behind the heritage provisions in the Resource Management Act. A second example in our mind is what we refer to as the lack of consideration for actual heritage value structures on the rear of the site. For example, in many cases, you might see a character-styled home at the front, but have some number of more modern units at the back. Overall, we're concerned that a broad-brushed approach, like that that's currently proposed with Plan Change 9, is applying restrictions to properties with little to no heritage value. Property Council believe that heritage should mean something in order to be protected. To our mind, what's being proposed fails to align with the clear intent of the Resource Management Act, and consequently, we're concerned that it'll downgrade the value behind actual heritage across Hamilton. A broad-brushed approach to heritage creates barriers to what we'd refer to as renovation and restoration of existing heritage buildings. This creates significant hoops to jump through in order to make necessary adjustments to a building over time, such as improving its energy efficiency or even adding something like a deck. We're concerned that 32 additional historic heritage areas across Hamilton will be placing a blanket barrier on many properties to be upgraded. This could one day result in a built environment with degrading buildings which in future decades could become vacant due to cost barriers associated with upgrading historic heritage buildings. We're already starting to see similar trends in areas that are prone to earthquakes and the consequences of some of the seismic legislation that's coming through. We'd hate to see similar trends replicated in Hamilton on the basis of heritage. In general terms, we'd love to see a plan change and a policy approach that encourages green retrofitting to create warm and dry and healthy homes for Hamiltonians, and blanket heritage protections, in our mind, are a barrier to doing so. In general terms, we're here to recommend to you today that the number of historic heritage areas should be limited to the 5 existing areas as currently stands. We believe that this recommendation better aligns Plan Change 9 with the intent of the Resource Management Act. Thank you. That concludes our submission today. I'd like to thank the hearings panel for the opportunity to speak today, and I welcome any questions on behalf of Property Council.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey. Have you, you've actually had a look around Hamilton at the various areas, by the sounds of it?
Yes, correct.
Right. I did notice that you were particularly concerned about the areas around Hamilton East and the CBD, but you also don't have a problem with the likes of Hayes Paddock or the Hamilton East HHA being confirmed, which of course is close to the area which you identify for intensification, but nevertheless you're okay with those areas?
Yeah, great question. Thanks for it. I think I'd answer at a general level by saying We're not here to speak purely in favour of heritage or purely in favour of development. To our mind, it's about striking that appropriate balance between competing factors. As I kind of spoke to throughout our presentation today, and you can read in greater detail in our written submission from August last year, in our mind it's about a balance. We think there does need to be some level of heritage protection, of genuine heritage. To our mind, it looks like the 5 existing zones as an appropriate balance. We think adding an additional 32 pushes the scale, to put it colloquially, a little bit in the wrong direction for Hamilton.
Right, thank you.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Rainey. You mentioned the 32 HHAs. Now, in the material before us, there's been a number that have dropped out, and a couple that have been added in. So we're down to 29 at the moment. Just wanting to check, have you reviewed the new work or the additional work that had been put forward in the reply from the councils?
Apologies if I had the 32 a little bit inaccurate in my presentation today, but I would definitely leave you with the comment that from our point of view, our recommendation around limiting HHAs to the 5 existing ones, and the number I listed earlier in my presentation still stands. That's the position we've come to with our membership across Hamilton and the wider Waikato region, and that number of 5 is, to what our mind, is the appropriate balance between new housing supply to build affordable housing, to meet our climate goals, to meet our transport goals, and on the other hand, to meet our heritage protection ambitions.
So, irrespective of the values associated with any of the new HHAs that have been identified, even if there is, 1 or 2 of those that are of a equivalent standing, say, as the Hayes Paddock, for example, or in the nationally significant, your position is that irrespective of whether or not they meet those criteria, we should be limiting it to the 5 existing.
Yes, our recommendation still stands in that world.
In terms of that balancing with other issues, and that's the reasoning for it.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
We think the 5 existing ones are what is appropriate for Hamilton at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rainey. Thank you for the Property Council's submissions on that matter.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Right, thank you. Mr. Yahoo?
Not here.
Not here, right. Right. Gordon Chesterman?
Commissioners, I'm afraid today we are likely to be wasting each other's time. As a former elected local government politician, 6 years as a Hamilton City Councillor, and a further 6 years as Deputy Mayor, I make no apologies for saying that. Staff have made their recommendations. Significantly, there are over 460 submitters and more than 300 submitters on submissions, and I'm advised over 2,700 submission subpoints. At best guess, it appears that over 75% of these submission points have been rejected by planning staff, many for being out of scope, which raises the point, why should any of us have bothered? As Deputy Mayor, I chaired the Heritage Advisory Panel that spent 2 years developing the city's first heritage plan. The 10-person advisory panel was a high-level panel of experts, including Heritage New Zealand, heritage planners, consultants and architects, and Waikato Tainui. Council voted unanimously in March 2016 to adopt the plan and allocated $100,000 for restoration grants a year for owners of heritage properties. The funding provided property owners with an opportunity to apply for part funding of projects to enhance and protect properties of historic value to the city. Council's worrying new worldview on heritage took a disastrous turn in 2021 when councillors slashed $20,000 off the budget. Even more curious is the current intention in Plan Change 9 to triple the number of applicants who could potentially apply for a reducing funding pool. It becomes somewhat pointless. What does this signal on the value of a heritage fund, given that a small council like Whanganui has a fund of $250,000? There are no guarantees that this cash-strapped council won't reduce the fund further or in a brain snap remove it entirely. Government, I might add, has dealt another blow to ordinary New Zealanders, allowing 3-storey blocks down most streets, destroying the very fabric of our neighbourhoods. And this is bringing with it the new regime of ugly buildings. But back to the Heritage Advisory Panel. One of the major discussions was around property rights and how the home of an individual owner might be classified as a heritage home. It was the panel's view that owners had the right to put forward their properties for consideration for heritage classification or not. This removed the opportunity for an individual to nominate a home or a tree for a heritage listing not owned by them, possibly with malicious intent. Erosion of property rights has even been cited in public comments by Council's own Director of Planning, Dr. Mark Davey, who said in the Waikato Times, "Fundamentally, we are impacting private property rights through this process, and we're very, very mindful of that." But I would like to talk now specifically about my own home at 243 River Road, in which my wife and I have lived for 37 years. For most of this time, our home has been protected under the unique West Claudelands Special Character Area, which has kept developers out of Hamilton's largest heritage area. My wife and I have no objection to the special West Claudelands Character Zone becoming an HHA. However, we object to Council effectively confiscating our private property rights, a modern-day Raupatu, by declaring without our consent that our home is to be classified Heritage B, bringing with it even more controls and associated cost penalties. The first we knew of this devious move was a letter from a senior council executive, Blair Bocott, who wrote in August 2021, saying our home was under investigation for a heritage designation. And we wonder to this day, nominated by whom and why? My response email to planner Alice Morris a couple of weeks later reminded her of the Heritage Advisory Panel's view on the property rights of individuals. She was on the panel as the council advisor. Part of my detailed submission to Plan Change 9 was to advocate for a range of incentives for heritage property owners. But as expected, the culture of local government prevailed. Those are the rules. It's not council's responsibility to seek innovative ways to make things happen. Besides, it's out of scope. My wife and I do not want our home classified Heritage B. Council has offered nothing in return because it's out of scope. No recognition of the high cost of maintaining an old home and the value it adds to the city, only restriction and costs. An HHA delivers all of the protections we, and Claudeland's needs. Our home has been secretly nominated, can't be seen from River Road, and is down a long driveway. Incidentally, photographs of our home were taken by planning staff from the other side of the river without our knowledge. My wife and I want to make it perfectly clear. Our home at 243 River Road is not available to be classified as Heritage B. We will pursue our legal rights to ensure it does not happen. Thank you, and are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chesterman. Any questions? No. Any questions? Unsurprisingly, very clear.
Okay.
Right.
I have for you in packs, which I'll leave with with Steve Rice, a copy of the Heritage Plan.
Right.
And my 2 submissions plus a copy of my verbal submissions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chesterman. Next. Ms. Tiaho's not here, is she? Not yet? No. Okay, give me a signal if she comes. Martin Popplewell? Popplewell, not here. Marion Francis? Oh, right. Okay. John Kennel, Hart Holdings? Oh, we're getting right through the list. Who is here? Anybody want to come and talk to us? Okay, going down the list. Edward Hardy? No? Lorna McNaughton? Yes. Right. Thank you, Miss McNaughton. Yes, that's right. No, just 1 second. Let me just bring up your submission before you address us, please. Yep. What number is it? 233. Right, thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. It was a much shorter wait than I expected. So one of the benefits of living in Hamilton East, and particularly my location on Cook Street, is the proximity of the suburb to a range of amenities that can be reached without the use of a car. This enabled me to walk here today. My 2 children are regular users of public transport, both for leisure and occasionally for transport to school. Although the frequency of the services could be improved, it can be faster to walk than wait for a bus. Development and more users of public transport will hopefully lead to increases in service frequency. My submission detailed my objection to the block that my family lives on being included in the Hamilton East HHA. I thought it would be useful to be able to see the block that I live on, which is up on the screen there. So you can see Cook Street here, Nixon Street here, and there's a further block down before you hit Steel Park. There are several reasons why this block and others in a similar location should be excluded from the proposed HHA. There is already a small area around the Hamilton East Village that is marked for intensive development, indeed just across the intersection from us. I would like to see this area increased through the exclusion of the block I live on and other surrounding blocks from the proposed HHA. We live just 600 metres from the village and just a short stumble to the Cook and Sacred Heart Girls' College. This means our street is busy, particularly around school start and finish times. Students and workers from the village park on the block, mainly between Nixon and Firth. We do not get the numbers of cars parking all day that they do, but we do get some. We also have 2 commercial businesses located on our block, which impacts the heritage value of our street. And you can see these here. So we have a residential care home and a funeral chapel there. There are regular funerals at the White Rose Chapel and the Sunday service. The street is often packed when a funeral is underway. We are lucky that the dominance of the carriageway provides room for traffic to pass, even when cars are jam-packed along both sides of the street. It has been very interesting to learn how heritage is assessed through this process. I'm a scientist, it's a very different process than science. People who have lived in the area previously have expressed their surprise when I explained the breadth of the proposed HHA, recognising that there has already been substantial change to parts of Hamilton East over the previous years. I was keen to compare the assessment of our street to our surrounding areas. Unfortunately, although the next block from us up on Cook Street across Galloway is currently part of the dwelling control area, it has been excluded, I'm not sure why, and was not assessed in the block by block analysis. When I looked the block around the corner from us, on Nixon between Wellington and Cook, similarly I was unable to find this in the initial block by block report or the follow-up report. In terms of the street and block layout, I would describe our block as a thoroughfare that provides access to Sacred Heart College and Marion and parking for workers and visitors to the Hamilton East Village. Since we purchased our house, a cycleway was proposed for Cook Street, aiming to provide a safer alternative than Clyde Street for cyclists. We would heartily support the cycleway, although it was not listed in the proposed projects for the funding that the HCC obtained from the government earlier this year, so we are unsure of the status of this proposal. However, a cycleway does seem incompatible with a heritage streetscape. This section of Cook Street does not have the large specimen trees that feature along Steel Park or in other parts of Hamilton East. You can see there are a few present, but they are scattered. There's one here, a few more on the other side, and they are relatively recently planted. There are a few kowhais now scattered at the Galloway Street end on the other side of the street from us. The road is wide and dominates the streetscape. One interesting feature is the fully paved berm outside the White Rose Chapel. I was intrigued that the lot size and dimensions were reported to be consistent. I think you can clearly see in the image there is substantial variation. For example, our lot size is 1,026 square metres. This image precedes taking ownership, and we have planted a lot of trees, including a lot of fruit trees, so we are not planning to develop anytime soon. Other sections on our side of the street are around 550 square metres, with at least one sub 400 square metre lot, which you can see here, where an already quite small section has been subdivided. Again, development density varies. The rest home across the street from us consumes almost all the section with building. It does look rather like a prison when you walk past because the street frontage is a solid brick wall. There is similar variation in lot layout, with the position of the house on the section varying along the street and some direct-to-street garaging. Car parking is prominently located at the front of a number of houses, particularly where there's been subdivision back section. The satellite view provides an interesting picture of the variation in architecture and building typologies on the street. You can see 3 villas on the south side and a hodgepodge of other styles. Some will be easier to keep warm and dry than others. I know our neighbour's villa is absolutely freezing, but they are working to remedy that. There is a mix of cladding ranging from the hideous fibrillite recladding of our neighbour on the left's villa to Huntley brick and a very dark grey brick of the residential care facility. This does not present a unified streetscape. Most of the houses look well cared for, but some are not looking so loved. I hope that if an HHA is imposed, that it does not lead to deliberate neglect as a way to try and obtain permission for removal or demolition. There is similar variation in frontage treatments. Our neighbours have a 1.8 metre high concrete block wall as a fence. When we purchased our house, there was already a wooden fence in front, running on top of an older style retaining wall. From the street, the combination is around 1.8 metres high. Picket fences are a popular choice on some sections on our street. I don't think there is any house without some kind of a fence. And one has a particularly beautiful example of a pool-type fence out the front. Planting varies from none to established and cared-for gardens. A further concern I have about potential development restrictions is the ability to accommodate family beyond the traditional nuclear family. One of my children is autistic. We don't know what the future will look like. We would like to be able to provide somewhere to live, a section if that's necessary. Similarly, my husband and I have elderly parents who in the future may benefit from the option of a granny flat or similar accommodation. I hope you will consider the need for density in places with good access to amenities such as Hamilton East, rather than in greenfield developments to the north and south of the city, and the balance that needs to be struck between the preservation of heritage and providing well-designed warm and dry homes for those without them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lawton. Any questions?
I mean, in terms of further development of your site as it is, or even under the HHA, have you had any advice about what you could do in relation to an extra unit or a granny flat?
So we haven't specifically explored that, waiting for what certainty could come with plan change.
Right. Yeah. It might be well worthwhile just to see what you can and can't do. But other than that, it was very clear, thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much. Who have we got?
Next.
Oh, yes, right. So do I.
Next to the traffic card, otherwise have to go to school, which is 6.
Uh-huh. Okay. 297.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kylie O'Dwyer. I'm a qualified planner with approximately 23 years planning experience. I currently work as a principal planner at a multidisciplinary consultancy in Hamilton. This evidence is in my private capacity with respect to Plan Change 9 historic heritage areas, and in particular my street, which is Brookfield Street in Hamilton East. The main points in my submission are: I support the need for heritage protection in Hamilton, the concept of historic heritage areas, and the protection to be afforded to them through Plan Change 9. My concern, like that of my neighbours, was with aspects of the Richard Knott assessment and the resulting exclusion of part of Brookfield Street, west of Grey Street, from the historic heritage areas, which I believe was not justified given the heritage values pertaining to this part of Brookfield Street which warrant its inclusion. I welcome the further consideration of historic heritage areas undertaken by Council since the notification of Plan Change 9, including the peer reviews of the Richard Knott assessment by recognised experts in historic heritage. This further consideration has resulted in an amended recommendation from Mr. Knott to alter the boundary of the Hamilton East Historic Heritage Area to include the part of Brookfield Street subject to my submission. The recommendation, therefore, aligns with my submission. I note that the Section 42A report at Section 5.2.3 includes the Richard Knott recommendation to extend the boundary of the Hamilton East Historic Heritage Area. However, this is not explicitly included within the planner's recommendations. I understand this is simply an omission, and the intent is to recommend adoption of the amendments to historic heritage boundaries as per the recommendations from Mr. Knott. I'd like to point out that this part of Brookfield Street is currently subject to a special residential zone within the district plan, which contains an overlay called the Dwelling Control Area. The Dwelling Control Area presently enjoys protections to its built environment, including a discretionary activity status for demolition or removal of pre-1940s dwellings, and a restricted discretionary activity status for alterations and additions to buildings which are forward of the front building line. Plan Change 9 will remove these provisions. However, in line with current council recommendations to include this part of Brookfield Street within the Hamilton East Historic Heritage Area, it will be subject to the new protections contained in Plan Change 9. The recommendations to apply the historic heritage area to Brookfield Street, therefore, at least broadly, align with the previous district plan provisions. The historic heritage that exists across residential areas of Hamilton is valued by many of its residents and warrants protection from inappropriate development. The areas proposed have been thoroughly evaluated and are supported by several experts in this field. Once lost, it is gone forever. As such, in my view, that with the government's broad and permissive regime for residential intensification, it is now more important than ever that areas of historic heritage are recognised and protected and that they may be appreciated by future generations. That's all.
So I take it you're broadly in support of the recommendation?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, okay, just wanted to check that out. In your earlier tabled submission, you made an observation that all historic heritage area boundaries should be based on streets rather than lot boundaries. Just talk about that.
I felt that having the boundary as a lot boundary rather than a street boundary did create the possibility for an appropriate development, incompatible development to occur on the adjoining site, which may affect the heritage values of the area. And then it made more sense to me to widen that to lot boundaries, so at least there was a street-wide separation of buildings around the historic heritage area boundary.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Questions? Ewan?
No.
No, that's fine, thanks.
Well done. Well,
Thank you.
you're likely to get what you want in that case. Yeah, right. Who? Have we got anybody else here? Bakshi, Rachel Bakshi. Okay. Catherine McBride.
Yes.
Right.
Four submitters who clarified their appointment slots over the weekend.
Yeah.
And they've not shown us.
Righto. Okay. Oh well, we get to the end. We get to the end. Sub 5343.
Okay, I'm Kathy McBride. I'm actually part owner of one of the properties in Oxford Street, number 23, with my son and his partner behind me. My first point refers to the question that David just asked of the previous speaker. My opinion is that any planned HHE area should be restricted, contained in an entire block. For example, not with other non-HHA properties abutting the section boundaries. Otherwise, possible multiple three-level houses will destroy whatever heritage look you are trying to preserve anyway. And at what cost? A cost only to the HHA owners. For example, on neighbouring properties to ours, on one side, which is a corner site, and to the rear of our property, which is in Marshall Street, the rear property is, it's proposed owners would likely be free to build 3x3 level dwellings or whatever without resource consent. And with that in the background, what does that do to the heritage look of 23 Oxford Street if it is taken forward? Clearly, multi-stories will be overbearingly visible from our little cottage and the remainder of the street. The second point, the proposed HHA is inconsistent, I believe, in that it includes two small segments of two streets, Oxford and Marshall. The lack of consistency in looks is evidenced in the walk along the streets by a mishmash of looks and varying degrees of changes and additions to buildings and a mixture of fencings, etc. Our cottage has a completely different and plain look and is not what is described as a railway cottage. It's not original. It's had roofing changes, a tin garage and I'll say it myself, an ugly addition to the front which has destroyed any historic front elevation and so-called resemblance to a railway cottage, making it very low in the standings of the heritage look in my view. In fact, if you walk down the street, you could hardly say that the homes are consistent, as is the case in the likes of Hayes Paddock or Frankton Railway areas. I don't think this area is attractive to anyone who doesn't live there. Do we really think segments of the population of Hamilton or visitors to the city will head down Oxford or Marshall Street and seek to look at the lovely heritage area? My son and his partner have an approximately 18 months old puppy, Juno, who's a large dog breed and still growing. Hence, a taller fence is required, so she's kept within the boundaries of the section to comply with the Animal Control Act. Construction of a front-facing 1.2 metre fence would be the limit in the HHA and would certainly not contain this dog. It has been suggested that they fence off only from the front of the house to the side boundaries. We don't agree with this dictation of our living our normal life. There is an unsavoury and intimidating element frequently wandering the streets in the area and even onto the property, including roving dogs. And in the hope of keeping their property safe, the ability to construct a higher fence will further reduce/restrict the free access to the property. Development aspirations would be restrained by cost and bureaucracy in that we as owners would be required to pay to ask permission to do anything on the property, including building a fence or change the windows out to be more secure and healthy home windows. We need to upgrade the windows to properly sealed double glazing to make the home a healthy, draft-free and easy burglar-free home, and to comply with rental standards if we ever decide to temporarily rent it out in the future. I suspect that the outcome may possibly include not being able to use the standard product they can afford, but instead use a specially made product so it fits with the council's heritage style. I've previously worked for a group building company, so I know how anything non-standard bumps up the price exponentially. So this would be an additional financial burden for them. If this HHA proposal is approved, goes ahead, we may as well say the council is disadvantaging the young first home buyers. The well-heeled don't buy old and run-down little villages within or on the boundary of Fairfield that are drafty and requiring payment of a resource consent and heritage fees to better the property. They instead buy fancy homes in wealthy newer suburbs, so won't be affected. If anything, if this proposal goes through, then at least the council should do is pay the heritage architects' fees and waive their own RC fees. The homeowner would have enough extra cost burden and loss of decision making to stomach without the extra fees. As ratepayers, we expect peace of mind to be able to construct and deconstruct within the rules we made when we made the decision to purchase. Imposing HHA on a property with what I believe is a false heritage will also affect resale, as it effectively is a post-purchase covenant being imposed by a third party, not involved in the actual purchase process. This will not only lower the value and along with the inability of the potential buyer to autonomously carry out what they might want to do to improve or put their own flavour on the property without incurring extra costs, but it will also greatly reduce the number of interested buyers due to the HHA restrictions, also affecting value due to reduced competition. On the other hand, and I'm sure there may be some who are not opposing in various areas, those living in an HHA with their developments, renovations, additions, etc. already completed may be quite happy as it won't affect them. Furthermore, as I've already raised in point 1, similar homes in a poor state of repair side by side or backing onto each other, with one being in the HHA and the other not in the HHA, will have far different outcomes to try and sell and an eventual profitability. The non-HHA will easily sell to a developer who plans to knock down and rebuild and put on maybe 2 duplexes or 3 3x3s, towers or whatever, but the other home within the HHA cannot have the same outcome, instead is only able to be sold to the person willing and able to spend dollars renovating. When this is the only option, they will only want to pay a minimal price, especially if they know how much they're up for, a greater cost to make improvements, for example, resource consent fees, heritage fees, and the more expensive cost for maintaining the heritage look at the behest of the council. It seems to me that this HHA is being proposed to mitigate the government's urban development policy, where without resource consent, landowners will be able to build multiple homes of varying heights on their lands. We feel like, but don't want to be, the sacrificial lamb. That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant.
I assume we're getting a copy of...
Do you want to leave us? I mean, there's a bit of an elaboration on your filed submission. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if you leave a copy, that would be helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, no, just that I thought you...
questions. Just hang on a sec.
Yes, I mean, it would be good to have another read of that because you made some good points about the, you know, the cross-boundary effects of the relative small size of this HHA as well,
Yeah.
which I want to have a read on.
Questions?
Cool.
Ewan, any questions on this one? This is one of the smaller HHAs here. Your family going to present as well? Yeah. Why don't you come on up? Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Right. Hang on, and just getting your original submission up. Right. Away you go.
Hi, my name is Liam Kyle. I'm another part owner of 23 Oxford Street.
Yeah.
And I'm holding the following concerns about PC9 HHA proposed for Oxford Street. Oxford Street, I feel, is an intrusion by the HCC on residents who own the the affected houses on Oxford and Marshall Street, stopping us from appearing what would be considered near end-of-life houses. These houses were designed to be cheap and affordable at the time. 1920s, quite some time ago. You can imagine they'll nearly be done, and they will not last forever. In order for private first-time homeowners to maintain or restore these houses to warm and livable standards, tens of thousands would be needed, if not more. The addition of this HHA would add a sizable cost of the process of future-proofing these dwellings, including resource consent application costs and the involvement of historic heritage experts, on top of ever-increasing material of labour and costs for the works themselves. The constrictions this HHA place on our house make customisation of our home far less viable, and the likelihood of house falling into disrepair due to increasing costs is much greater. As a first-home buyer, the unaffordability of housing meant I was priced out of many new builds and had to settle on a property that required extensive work and repairs. In its current age state, I would not feel comfortable raising a family in my house. And how many members of the public would we see visit our HHA if established? Oxford Street holds a socially dangerous environment. It is certainly not as welcoming as some other proposed HHAs. Since purchasing the house in November 2020, we've known of 3 car break-ins of our personal cars and 2 from the neighbouring properties. A ram raid at the local shops on Heafy Terrace at the end of the street, countless domestic disputes, robberies and assaults at Claudelands Park, near constant harassment from our elderly neighbour by strangers walking onto her property, and aggressive dogs free roaming the street. Not exactly a quaint and safe atmosphere. Limitations on structures such as fence height do not suit this area. We have a dog and intended to build a fence to not only contain her but keep her safe from feral dogs and aggressive passers-by. She is large, athletic, and our current 1.2 metre fence would not contain her or keep her safe. We ask that you visit the street yourself and remove this HHA from Schedule 8D.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I've got a separate.
Okay.
He's more personal, whereas I'm more in the voluntary how it was created. Sorry, a bit of overlap. I'm not a super confident public speaker, so
Don't worry.
if I stutter.
Sit down, by all means.
Cool. So our house, 23 Oxford Street, lies within the Oxford Street East and Marshall Street HHA. And that is the HHA that I'll be focusing on today. Mr. Miller stated in his report that our HHA had a representative set of 1920s dwellings with a central front door, symmetrical windows, and held strong similarities with the prefabricated Ellis and Burnand and Railway cottages in his Origin Consultants Limited 2023 report. But as you can see, we do not have a central front door. Slide 2 shows the only street visible properties in our HHA that have a central front door and symmetrical windows, and that's number 25 and 33 Oxford Street. So this leads me to question what houses Mr. Miller and Mr. Knott were viewing during their site visits on the 7th and 8th of February. Slide 3 is a copy of the title for Oxford Street. Mr. Miller refers to this land title in his report and stated that these lots were sold to private owners in the 1920s. Presumably this was to prove this is when the houses were built, but actually if you look at the document, only 3 properties, number 29, 33 and our own 23, were actually sold in the 1920s, so his statement was incorrect. He indicated that Oxford properties showed strong similarities to prefabricated Ellis and Burnand and railway cottages, and local builders who had copies of railway and state housing plans often built similar looking private homes, insinuating that this is what had occurred here in our own HHA. We were also classified as a railway workers suburb in Mr. Knott's June 2022 report with no check of land titles. However, first mention of prefabricated Ellis and Burnand Limited housing was in 1926, and based on the title previously seen, 3 houses, including mine, were built before or in 1925 when the title changed hands. So how could the houses be Ellis and Burnand or be copies of them? Furthermore, the 1933 Ellis and Burnand catalogue seen here showed their prefabricated houses had 3 distinct features, including highly visible vertical battens where the prefabricated panels joined, and a flat weatherboard profile seen here as a cross-section, and they had a very small area with their largest building in that catalogue measuring less than 58 square metres. None of the houses in our HHA have these features. Miller also added a footnote that no confirmed connection was made between our HHA and railway housing or Ellis and Burnand. To add to this, Dr. Kai Gu quoted the Waikato Regional Policy Statement in regard to historic and cultural heritage assessment criteria in his peer review, saying, quote unquote, "The heritage place or area needs to have a direct association with or relationship to a person, group, institution, event, or activity that is of historical significance to the Waikato or the nation." Nowhere did he mention that a house or group of houses that looked similar to other house types should be protected. So, if the base of this proposed Oxford Street East and Marshall Street HHA is that some of the houses imitate another house typology, how can this be classed as a heritage value? If there are no genuine heritage features within our HHA and no evidence of heritage values, there is no justification for the establishment of this HHA. Based on our argument, we suggest, 1, please visit our street and see for yourself, and then remove this fictitious HHA from Schedule 8D. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And if you wouldn't mind leaving a copy of that, that would be helpful. And just to confirm, we will be visiting all the HHAs again, all those that we visited already and those that we haven't. Yeah, you can be sure that we will look with interest on all of them. So thank you for that. Any questions? No? So thank you very much, both of you. Right. Let's get that to Steve at the back. Thanks, Mr. Carl. Any other?
Mr. Bitter is due to hear at 2 o'clock.
Right. In that case, we'll take a 15-minute break in that case.
But I'm sure 15 minutes will be adjourned.
Yeah, yeah. That's all right. Thank you.
She knows the order.
table. Sorry about that. We're just clarifying. I think you're addressing Neil Baker's or Niall Baker's stuff. So we just
I put in a further submission in support of that, and
yes,
there was a couple of others as well.
Yep. Yep. All right. In your hands.
Thank you. Kia ora. My name is Deborah Fisher, and I'm here today to talk about why I and many of my fellow residents of Phoebe Downs want and believe our suburb should be considered an historic heritage area. The gentleman beside me is Mr. Dennis Wheatley. He was in the building industry in the neighbourhood at the time that it was built and is here for support and if there is any questions that he may be able to answer.
Thank you.
My parents built their first home in Northolt Road in 1972 when I was 2 years old. Like many at the time, my parents leveraged
That's a
their
roundabout
ability...
way of telling us your age, isn't it? Yes.
And full of that. Like many at the time, my parents leveraged the ability to claim family benefit entitlements in advance to purchase their Beasley built home. This was the family home my brother, sister and I called home until we moved to a larger house in Tramway Road in 1984. As an adult, when I looked to purchase a home, I was shown multiple houses in nice neighbourhoods on the west side of town. It took a little while to figure out that the feeling, community and even the air was different to what I was used to, and I eventually decided to return home to Fairview Downs and purchased my property in Alderson Road, where for the last 25 years I've lived, married and raised 3 wonderful children who still consider Fairview Downs home. While being aware of intensification mandates from government, I was not aware of Plan Change 9 or what it was about until advised of a submission requesting Fairview Downs be considered an historic heritage area. As the main contact for the Fairview Downs Residents and Owners Association, I was asked to help facilitate a petition in support of this proposal. There was not enough time to call an FDROA meeting and meet council deadlines, so the petition was attached to a submission made under my name. At the beginning, I took the petition door to door, but in one day I only managed to visit one side of the streets, St Kilda Place, Castor Street and Northolt Road, at the southern end of Fairview Downs. There were a lot of questions regarding both Plan Change 9 and 12. I also received questions regarding flood notifications that were sent out by council at the same time. People were overwhelmed by the paperwork sent out by council all at the same time and felt they did not really explain anything properly and asked residents to find out more information themselves. At that time, approximately 90% of those residents at home when I visited signed the petition agreeing in principle to Fairview Downs as an historic heritage, as an historic area. Realising it was just not possible to door knock the entire neighbourhood in the time allotted, I decided to sit outside the Powells Road shops with this petition and with the consent of shop owners. I'm not a particularly pushy person, so I did not actively approach people to sign the petition, instead waiting for people to ask and taking time to explain and answer questions before asking if they would support an historic heritage area for Fairview Downs. Still, over 5 days, I collected almost 200 signatures, 69 from current property owners within the HHA. While collecting signatures, I also heard and collected many stories from long-term and second-generation residents and visitors, including the son of the previous owner of the house I've lived in for the last 24 years, a relative of the original owner behind me that was married on the property, a former classmate from primary school, and families who are still neighbours more than 50 years after building their homes. Many described how Fairview Downs neighbourhood grew, expanded and changed, but still retains its own unique heritage and character. When I initially went door to door, I found residents in either the home they built or the children of original owners still living in the family home. Following my further submission, I began to reach out to those families in the area that I knew were still in the homes they built. One of the first people I met was Araha Welsh, the daughter of an original owner of a home in St Kilda Place, a Maori Affairs built home. She tells me her son, who is currently living at this address, has been told under no circumstances, even if offered 100 million, are they to sell the house as it is the family legacy. Mr. and Mrs. McMillan, who still live in the Beasley house they built in North Holt Road, not only gave me their original plans, but also photos of the house being built. They talked about who lived where and which houses were built when, and that they had to wait 3 months to move in because of many of the bathroom, toilet, laundry and kitchen fittings hadn't arrived from overseas. They also mentioned that the area had previously been a berry farm and how they were told the farmland behind their property would never be developed because Ruakura was a world famous research centre. I still remember many of the properties used to have wild raspberries growing in the drain between their properties and Ruakura, and how much pride we all had when Dolly the sheep was born. Mr. and Mrs. Skelton in Sadler Street talked about how their peerless built home was the first in the street in 1969 and surrounded on 3 sides by farmland. Mr. and Mrs. Wheatley were one of the last to build in Raymond Street. Mr. Wheatley, who worked for New Zealand Forest Products Fixing Services, mentioned working on many of the houses in the area and having a book of peerless house plans. They also gave me their original peerless house plans and talked about how, due to fears of young children around an open drain, 5 properties had the drain piped, requiring them to pay all costs and obtain consent from council. Mrs. Tauranga and I sat in her Raymond Street dining room, mostly talking about family, as I spent some time at their house as a kid. She also let me have a copy of the peerless house plans and said that despite changing family circumstances, she had no intention of moving from the family home. Mr. and Mrs. Greenwood talked about their peerless home being at the end of the development opposite Raymond Park, and how there were no facilities or playground, and many children, myself included, played in the large trees and drains on the farm boundary. They also mentioned that they had been told the undeveloped end of Raymond Street would possibly be a primary school. Both the Greenwoods and Wheatleys mentioned having 2 loans when purchasing their properties, one for their peerless homes and the other to purchase the land from National Mutual. Mr. Churchfield in Fairview Street allowed me to take a copy of his house plans designed by Robert Smart Architect, his cousin, and reminisced about his daughter, who was also at school, a school friend of mine. Mr. and Mrs. Morris are a lovely couple I met in Castor Street at the very beginning when I went door to door. Mrs. Morris talked about how her mother built the home through Maori Affairs sometime between 1962 and 1964, most likely 62. They are very supportive of an HHA. As can be seen, many of these families I knew from having been at Insult Avenue Primary at the same time as their children. While talking about the neighbourhood and why I was contacting them, many other names were also given to me, enough to fill a book with stories. One of the most talked about themes was the rural feel of the neighbourhood, not only being surrounded by farmland, but passing cows grazing on what has recently become Wairuri Drive every time you entered the area. Another was being asked, "Where's Fairview Downs?" Some mentioned the kids playing on the roads. It was like we were city kids growing up in the country. I have also come across others like myself and the Greenwood's daughter who have returned to the neighbourhood but are not in family homes. These residents are harder to identify. None of this takes into account those residents, like 4 of my close neighbours, who have lived in their homes between 20 and 30 years and have established family homes here. While some find Fairview Downs an ideal first home or rental opportunity, many are long-term residents and there is a strong sense of community. Fairview Downs today has changed very little since it was initially developed in the 1960s and 70s. There have only been about, a dozen redeveloped properties in the proposed historic heritage area since it was originally built, and it is full of intact 1960s and 1970s housing. It represents a collection of Waikato builders, companies, and development of the era. The owners I spoke to knew who built their home, as did some later owners. Lots of Peerless in the north, with Beasley, Tudor and Maori affairs to the south. Many also knew how many other houses in the street or streets matched their house plan. There is substantial support from Fairview Downs residents and owners for a historic heritage area. This is clear not only in the support of the petition attached to my submission, but also in the stories, plans, contacts and information my community gave me to bring to you today. Fairview Downs is a time capsule representing a time when boomers were having families and the government helped many low-income families to own their own home. The time of think big, private cars, carless days, fondues, latchkey kids, changing social norms and optimism. My community would like to preserve this small piece of history and believe an historic heritage area is justified. The assessment of Fairview Downs done for council needs to take a deeper look at the history, housing types, developers and community as it was and still stands in context of the era it was built in. Thank you for allowing me to speak today and for your consideration of our request that the older 1960s, 70s area of Fairview Downs be a historic heritage area. Copies of the plans and photos I collected are attached.
Thank you, Ms Fisher. As a boomer, I'm trying to forget fondues. Thank you very much.
My father just about burnt the house down with me.
Right. Mr Wheatley, would you like to add anything?
When I and my wife moved into that area, and that we moved in July 72, and we've been there 51 years. And when we moved in, there was only about 8 or 9 houses in Raymond Street, and we sat over the years watching all the houses in Raymond Street being built. But Raymond Street only went down as far as the drain when that ran across Raymond Street before they extended it. And as was said in the preview, and that my kids and many of the other kids used to have some great fun in the drains. And I don't mean small drains, I mean big drains. They were big enough that I could stand up in them and couldn't see over the top of the ground when I was standing in the bottom of them. And that, so yeah, and that our kids had the best of both worlds, and we never used to worry about the kids playing in Raymond Street at the time, because it only went so far, and there was very few cars going up and down Raymond Street, and that at the time, so we never worried. But that the kids had a great time and everything like that, and so did me and the wife and our whole family and that. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Wheatley. Thank you. Question?
Oh, it's a lovely story. I'm not sure what we can bring back out of Think Big, Carless Days, Fondues, Latchkey Kids, optimism. I'm not sure we can do. But in terms of the HHA, what is it that you would want to get out of having the area denoted in HHA? What do you see as that sort of doing?
As I say, it represents exactly what was happening and what was happening at the time in the 60s and 70s. It was working class families and families getting into homes, Maori affairs build. It's still it is a time capsule. It's still the same way it was back then. I said a dozen redevelopments. I actually wanted to say, it says half a dozen because there's been so few changes in the neighbourhood that it literally is as it was built in the 60s and 70s. And we believe that it's worth retaining that.
I mean, you obviously know Hamilton pretty well. I mean, how does it compare with some of the other areas that have been made HHAs in terms of representing or being a fine example of what you were talking about?
I'm not entirely sure. I know of the other HHAs. They're not necessarily areas I get into often. I think there's probably more intact, undeveloped, consistent 60s and 70s housing in Fairview Downs than anywhere else in the city, because all of the other suburbs have in some way, shape or form had intensification or development post 60s and 70s that's happened within those areas. As I said, we were so far out on the fringe that most people didn't even know where Fairview Downs was. A lot of people didn't even think we were part of Hamilton. So it's just, yeah, and I don't know how it compares entirely with the other ones, but I personally believe that there's probably more intact housing in our neighbourhood than anywhere else.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Fisher, and thanks also for all the material. I was just refreshing myself on the petition, and I see that in the petition there was reference to the MDRS and the new sort of intensification. Is that one of the key concerns? Is that sort of the reason driving why you want this as a HHA, to protect against having the 3x3s on a section next door?
To a certain degree, but I think also the intensification that was planned prior to that with the 2x2s and the units, which are starting, as I say, there are a few that have happened in the neighbourhood. They're mostly units, not 2 stories. And we're not entirely opposed to stuff that fits within the neighbourhood. But the neighbourhood has its own character and it has its own history. And we'd like to see any development that does happen be within keeping with that and fit into the neighbourhood. We're not opposed to growing and expanding. As you can see, the neighbourhood has grown and expanded. And in some places, people have put rooms or, properties or extra ones on the back of their properties. So yes, the 3x3 is scary, and yes, there's a lot of people that don't want it. That not necessarily opposed to development, but yes, there was certainly consideration for what was coming.
Thank you. And my next question was just really whether you had a look at what becoming an HHA means in terms of the restrictions that it imposes on your property. So, for example, maybe needing consent for a fence, or if you're wanting to put up an accessory building like a garage, those sorts of things. Have you had a chance to have a look at those provisions?
I have looked at some of them, and most of the people that I spoke to were aware that the understanding I had was that generally at the front of the property was where the restrictions would apply, but at the back was a different story with regards to extensions or building or development. Most people were quite happy with that. They weren't entirely happy about having to jump through some extra hoops if they wanted to do something, but with regards to the whole picture and having an HHA, that they realised that would be something that would be required.
So when you were collecting those signatures, you sort of talked about that with people as well?
Yes, people were aware of that, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. What's been the nature of the... Sorry.
It's all right.
You go.
Quite happily. I'll wait for you, Commissioner. Go ahead.
We're going to arm wrestle.
I was just having a wander around on Google Street View here. So what's been the nature of the Tainui Group Holdings development up on Powell's Road? Has that been...
It's currently in the process of still being built.
What's and the housing up there? What's the sort of the typology of
the current housing, or what's been planned?
What's been planned?
I'm not entirely sure what's been planned in there. Yeah, I believe it's a little bit more intensified, possibly, than what would have been prior. The housing towards the southern end of Powell's Road before you get to the Tumata development on Powell's Road, that's where the old housing starts. It was farmland from there down, and that was sort of Raymond Street, and everything from there down was farmland, and was developed in the 80s into the further extension to the subdivision of the old Aldona area, and the newer housing was behind Raymond.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. My only question of you is whether your association has met since you had to lodge the submission and had any sort of further thoughts on things.
I did. Unfortunately, it's very hard to reach out to my neighbourhood, and I was the only one going around trying to drop leaflets and call a meeting. And I tried to do it in time for a submission on Plan Change 15, which is the Tumata development beside us. I didn't manage to get enough response. The people that did show up were very supportive of the HHA, but there was probably only about a dozen people in total.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily to say that there wasn't interest, but I literally only had about 4 days.
Yeah. That's fine. All right. Well, thank you for forbearance and for turning up today.
Thank you very much.
Appears to me, Mr. Knott, you might have a comment on this one.
Nothing new about what I've already said in terms of the consistency. My assessment was the fact that it wasn't as consistent as other areas and didn't meet the threshold. I clearly recognise that, the historic significance of the area, but as I said earlier, we're very much trying to ensure you get the best of the best, as it were. And so the consistency criteria is a significant part of that assessment, I think.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Just to know that 3 of the missing people are being rescheduled over the next 3 days.
Right. Okay.
We will do this tomorrow.
Right. All right. Well, in that case, I think we're through. Are we? Yep. Anything else? No? Well, we're adjourned. Thank you very much. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. From... No, yes, no, that's a point, yeah, thank you for that. Any comment on any others that we heard through today, Richard?
Later in the week, and she's done a lot of research into them. I think the buildings which she's referred to as Ellison Burnand sort of fall into 3 groups. You've got those which are ready to erect, which are the small ones in the catalogue. Some of those were actually clad in sort of fibrillite and asbestos, which are the ones which are the very small panels with the lots of joins, which give that very sort of modular appearance. Others were ones which were built with to the plans provided by Ellison Burnand. So they had a book of plans, and I believe that some of that may have been pre-cut, which is what the Railway Cottages factory churned out. It didn't turn out sort of ready-built buildings. It effectively sent out kits of parts, which were then assembled. So I think there's something similar to that. And then the third sort of category of those buildings is those which were clearly made with joinery which came from that factory in terms of the windows and etc. were sort of identifiable. So the term Ellison Burnand sort of covers all of that in a way. So there's different they can take different forms. It does appear that some builders, for instance, took the plans and scaled them up to add another bay on and whatever. So it's not as clear cut as saying it's not one of the ones in the book, basically. And they didn't all have, for instance, the weatherboard that we had on screen earlier today. When you actually go onto the Hamilton Library site, there's hundreds of photographs of both. It's quite, you have to sort of read through the ones which are just of timber mills and plantations, but there's a number showing buildings being erected around Hamilton, which are attributed to Ellis and Burnand, but differ quite significantly from the plan book in terms of finishes, etc.
So how do you deal with that in your consistency criteria?
I think in terms of Oxford Street, for instance, I mean, I recognise that some of the buildings, a number of the buildings have been altered. Some have had, the owners that we heard from this morning, which is 23, I think, they've had the extension on the front. There's another one, 3 or 4 doors down that's had an extension on half of the front, so it's sort of L-shaped on plan now. But when you actually do those, you look at those buildings, you can often still read the original form of the building, notwithstanding the extension. So they have changed, and I don't know whether you've been on site to that area specifically yet, Oxford Street, but when you're there, there does appear to be a consistency, notwithstanding some of the changes that have been made to the buildings, would be my response. The central doorway thing, yes, some don't have central doorways now because they've been extended and altered, but when you look at the historic aerial photograph, they all certainly had pathways going to the centre of the house, which indicates they were. So it's one of those areas that, notwithstanding change, still seems to hang together as a place, as it were.
So it's that overall read that you're talking about. It reads in the right way.
Yes, that's my feeling.
So even if it might have a garage in the front,
yeah,
and you can read the building. Oh no, that question's slightly different, because then you rule that out because the garage is in the.
Well, you might have done consistency. You may have only scored half a point for consistency. I think in that instance, I don't think they do have garages. Yes, the consistency criteria for site layout may have fallen down if there was one garage at the front, for instance, out of half a dozen places. But overall, when you see it, to me, it still sort of has the appearance. You can still read it. You can still read it as that place that, and it's also the historical side of that area is the fact that it was a spec development, effectively outside of the city, recognising the growth of the city towards it, and it was meeting a demand that couldn't be met within the city, in effect.
Right.
So there's that also interesting, historic setting to it, the fact that the city wasn't growing enough for demand, effectively, and there were spec developments happening all over the place.
Yeah,
outside
like
the
Tiawa
city.
Lakes.
Yes.
Yes. Right.
Sorry, there was another one I highlighted. I'll double check. Yes, sorry. In terms of Laura McNaughton and Cook Street, Nixon to Galloway, she said she couldn't find the assessments for the adjacent streets. I have assessed the adjacent streets. I presume it's because the assessments are in my original report. You've got the first set of ones which are sort of green. Go ahead and have a look at, and then all the big stack behind them, which would have streets that haven't met the criteria, would be within that bunch. So I presume that's what it is. But I did really look at that area ahead of writing my evidence and my addendum report, and still felt that section of Cook Street was worthy of being retained within the HHA. And indeed, there was a slight extension south of Nixon Street to take in the what are generally known as the soldiers' cottages, which actually have nothing to do with soldiers. But everyone knows them there as the soldiers' cottages.
Right.
I think that was the only things I highlighted to respond on. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that.
Yeah, in terms of Oxford Marshall, obviously, there's 12 lots. Just sort of like, if you look into the future as to sort of what might happen there, and kind of, 3 by 3, etc. sort of those 12 lots will be just sort of potentially just like swallowed up into redevelopment. How do you see the contribution that those 12 lots would then, which are, you know, on 2 streets offset like
Yes,
they are,
yeah.
would continue to make to...
I mean, I suppose, I think the point that was made regarding the immediate relationship to development within that block is an important one, and one which hasn't been addressed by PC9 at all in terms of adjacent development, and it's a, you know, a PC12 issue of anything. Clearly, I suppose the benefit in terms of, again, some of the other submissions we heard earlier this afternoon, the street provides separation from what's opposite. It's really that development that takes place within the block that could potentially have a negative impact upon the values of the HHA. But, you know, they're reasonable sized lots. It's not as if they're really small lots and you're going to have development immediately on the rear boundary. Well, it could be immediately on the rear boundary, but again, it's separated from the building itself in those instances. So I still think that, you know, there could be a reasonable outcome, notwithstanding, you know, 3x3s, if they're still happening.
Yeah, I suppose that comes back to the rules on the interface, doesn't it? But that's another story.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's the issue really that we've got in that instance.
And that might be one that, like Dr. Gu was talking about, where over time you need to sort of re-look at those areas to see what the impact of that adjacent development has been, to see if you can still read that area as, and there's still value in keeping it as an HHA.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. I mean, those streets around there are reasonably wide streets. They're not as if they're narrow streets. So you've certainly got that spacing at the front. It literally is the stuff, in the case of Oxford Street, some behind and certainly alongside. But I mean, I think the difficulty is, you know, it would have been hard for me, I think, to justify, oh, let's add 2 more lots on to protect the ones we really want to protect. You know, you're in a, how do you do it? And what we've, you know, sought to do is to draw the boundaries around the bit that meets the criteria, the assessment.
Yeah, I mean, the other option is that you include them, but you recognise that they are existing exceptions,
Yeah.
so it's no real problem.
Yeah.
I mean, from a planning point of view, obviously, but roads create, as one of the submitters said, roads create good boundaries when it comes to that sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Mid-lots are really pretty hard work.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I just think the issue really was one of recognising that clearly historic heritage and HHAs are always controversial. And it was trying to tread a line which actually protected the best without impacting even more the city, if you see what I mean, in terms of down zoning effectively with an overlay, other bits of land. So it was trying to tread that really fine line, recognising that it was always going to be a you know, very controversial thing to do.
Yeah.
And if you had included, you know, for example, there's a couple where you've, you know, I think it might be Oxford Street, where you've actually missed a one off the, you know, the corner.
Yeah.
If you had included them, would it be appropriate for there to be different rules for those sites that are non-character, non-historic defining?
I mean, yeah, that's...
You're walking
yeah.
away from it. I am.
I mean, we just tried to, you know, again, really, it was trying to do what was simplest as well, and I think it's very easy to get in a position with provisions, you're almost tying yourself in knots, where you're looking through a chapter and just trying...
That's your name, after all.
Well, that's right, exactly, and I try and, you know, a simple approach, really, in terms of the rules as well. Because otherwise...
Which is why you've carved out the driveways and so on every now and again, which creates some odd shapes and so on.
Well, yeah, I mean, the driveways to rear lots, you know, there's a whole debate, do we include the driveways to rear lots? And ideally, I think yes. But if you then include it, the whole of that property is effectively then covered by the HHA, and you've got all the issues associated with that. So, as I said, it's trying to keep it simple and workable, in the same way that we tried to keep descriptions as as descriptive and all-encompassing as possible without going entirely over the top with the amount of information that we've included, because I've worked with that in the past. You just get lost in this amount of information, and you just need to be able to dive in and really understand what's important. So everything has been purposely put together to keep it simple. I mean, in terms of, just to confirm, in terms of the descriptions, I wasn't aware how short the 8D descriptions that went into the plan change had become. I'd assumed that the complete description I put in my report had gone in, which was quite a lot longer than those, but it sort of shrunk as it went in, and so now we've sought to make up for that and actually add the additional information into those that people have suggested should be there too.
But just on that point, you haven't field tested an application or two, a non-complying application through those provisions by any chance?
No.
I mean, that might be something that's worth doing at some point.
Just one more question from me in terms of a property that might be a more modern house in the midst of a historic heritage area. If, for example, I think the same rules apply, don't they, under the plan change, whether if it's within a HHA, if it's new or if it's old. But if, for example, they're proposing to demolish, would it be appropriate in your view to allow that to happen if it's a new house, because what comes might be better than the new?
The reason we've controlled demolition is because actually an empty site sitting there for 10 years could be more damaging to the values of the HHA than not having a building which doesn't necessarily fit. So that the whole purpose of that, and that came up in terms of one of the questions and submissions that came through from Heritage New Zealand, was the fact is controlling that and trying to ensure that you don't end up with an empty site and you control what goes back in terms of tying demolition to redevelopment. So that's the purpose of having that demolition control on that, is just in recognition of that potential impact.
How do you control it through, I'm just curious, how do you control what happens next through a demolition consent?
Well, generally you would expect to have a concurrent application for what goes next.
But there's no requirement for that.
But
unless you provide it, I don't think you've provided for that in the rules, have you?
I'd have to double. I don't think it explicitly says it.
But
Or
maybe even in the explanation as to why it's
there. And that's sort of come out in terms of evidence, but yes, that's right. It's not explicitly in the plan, but certainly in terms of other consents I've been involved with, there's been a condition tying demolition to contract for rebuild.
But you wouldn't expect a processing planner to make that
No, so you need to add something in. Yeah.
All right. Useful session, thank you. Right, let's
Thank
go.
you.
Oh, gosh, got a bit tomorrow.
Somewhere.
Yes.